fucking me.
Your mother of the fucking year. Your mother of the fucking
I'm not your mother. I'm not dealing with you.
day. Every single fucking day. You complain about what she does. Nothing changes. Nothing fucking changes. Nothing.
So what did she do? What happened?
Yeah, what did I didn't do.
Fucking good.
Right, okay.
Oh, okay.
Take this tea. I'm tired of your
I haven't did nothing wrong. You came up to me when I was at the park.
What the fuck
Just
did you do today?
playing. What did I do today, huh? What did I do?
Playing at the park. Are you fucking 12?
What did I do to you?
Are you
I didn't
fucking
say
12?
you. I said you were playing. You high off them fucking vapes or something that you be smoking,
Nicotine,
Divine?
bitch. Are you fucking slow in the fucking head? Nicotine.
She can
So
say
she
bitch
high
in
for
here.
smoking
But
cigarettes?
what did you just say?
You called me a bitch,
What did
so
you
I
just
served the
say?
fucking
No, I
cuss
said,
too.
is it
Make
okay
make
for her to
fucking
do
sense.
it?
Make it make sense.
I
You
said
can call
that
me
she is
bitches,
she hot.
you
Why
can
are
call me
y'all
this,
doing
You can
this?
call me that, but
Yeah.
you like make it make sense.
Y'all want
Make it
Nikki to
make
come
sense.
and shoot me
Make it
outside
make
or
sense.
something? Why are you?
Make it
I didn't
make
do
sense.
nothing to
Now,
none one of
no
y'all.
respect, neither one.
I didn't do nothing wrong to her.
Fucking respect.
This don't even sound right. What did I just do to her?
You just said to her, and then you gonna get mad because she said.
I didn't get mad. I asked you, was it okay for her to do it? But you said it's not okay for me to do
I
it.
said it's not okay for now. One of
Okay then. But what did I just do wrong today?
y'all.
Nothing.
I don't know what happened over there.
You've
I
been
went-
here the whole time.
I went over there.
You're telling me all the stuff that she. See, this is what I'm talking about. There's a revolving window of bullshit that goes.
She's snapping on me because of what you just told her.
I've been telling you for days. I can't fucking deal with it.
You asked me, was I about to come back outside? Your company was asking for me advice. That's why I said, you want me to be family, but I'm not. I'm not even doing
I
that.
said after tonight she's not gonna be here. I am done.
What did I do wrong, though? I don't have to. That's okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I done had enough.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Because I didn't fall for the trick.
If you have the cash money, you want to be paid and call me. Oh, don't worry about it.
Oh, you call her to fight
I
me.
do everything that I do by myself. And as far as you, in that fucking room, I don't give a fuck.
I ain't do nothing wrong to her. I've been making sure she was
I
okay.
don't wanna hear it.
Yeah, why did you call Divine about me?
I don't wanna hear it. I asked Divine about ordering something. for you.
Divine ain't had nothing to do with me. Divine ain't my mama.
About ordering something
Everything's so
for me.
fucking worse.
So what is she saying that you just text her?
You wanna know? Ask her.
Ask me what.
I do not have to be bothered with
Okay,
Divine.
Then you tell me don't ask you, don't talk to you about Divine.
She said you call
I said,
her.
Then you tell me.
But does
don't
that
say-
stop
all right
you?
then. So then you don't want me to ask you nothing about
And then you
Divine,
want me to
so
go
guess
open.
what?
That's why I did not want to go open your door.
Okay, then good.
Oh, what the fuck is she talking about?
But you, now that Nikki
But she
said,
somebody
hey,
was banging
but
at the
now
door.
that
I told
Nikki
her,
said,
she said
but
she didn't
hey,
open the door.
but I didn't know who it was. But now that Nikki
Divine
said,
had a key to open the door.
okay, so why did I have to go open the door then?
That I no longer fucking have. You don't fucking want.
But now that Nikki said if I'm out there homeless, she gonna shoot me, and now I'm going outside. I get it.
I'm gonna shoot her. This is that delusional shit, and you don't need
When
help.
did Nikki
You
say
don't
that?
need help. You don't need help, but you're not fucking delusional.
You didn't hear Nikki say
No, I
that?
didn't hear Nikki say that.
Nikki did say
You
that.
can't tell me what I heard.
I didn't say you heard. I said Nikki did say
I
that.
didn't say
I
she
guarantee
did.
I'll call Nikki right now and she'll
Now, you
tell
don't
you
have
she
to call
said
for
it.
me.
No.
No, you don't have to call Nikki.
Y'all not gonna tell me that I'm lying.
I didn't say you was. I said I didn't hear it.
Good. I'm glad. Tell Divine. Divine gonna have to stay away from me.
Tell me what.
You stay away from me.
I will say the fuck away from you.
I've been asking you
You
this.
don't understand how much of a shitty fucking mom you are.
I'm not your mom.
Bitch, you don't have to be my fucking mom.
Remember that. Stay away from me. I am not your mom. I've been trying to tell you, I ain't your mom. I don't want to be your mom.
Now you can get out now.
It don't
I'm
matter.
not here no more.
I ain't do shit wrong to no fucking body. And y'all know that.
I'm tired of this shit.
I ain't do anything wrong, but the right
I
thing.
said, well, you did anything right.
But what did I do wrong to you at all today?
I do not want to fucking hear it no more.
That shit don't even make sense. This motherfucker was just in my face today singing and all this shit coming up to me while I was at the park, and then all of a sudden she knocking on the door.
No more. I don't.
I'm not talking to you.
I don't want to hear none of it. She not in here. I don't want to hear no more of it.
Well, keep it that way.
Shit. Make sure in the morning you get your stuff and get out.
I know. Get your stuff and get out for what? Because I sit there and did what? Live.
In the morning, I'm not playing.
Okay, what time? What time exactly? What time, please tell me? Yeah. Just sit there and have that girl to come and try to fight me. This shit is a fucking mess. Well, you just told me to get out in the morning. What time?
I said I don't want to hear no more.
Yeah, you gonna hear something.
I mean, none. I don't want to hear.
I'm not scared of this.
No more. I don't want to hear you at all.
I know you don't, and that's why this is happening. Because you don't love Tyrell. This shit gonna be found out. Mm-hmm. The fuck is that? Mm-hmm. Come up in here. Or are you gonna record? Maybe you should record. Oh, since you record and get out. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Wow. Mm-hmm. No. That shit did not motherfucking work. Not with Lula, not with Nikki, not with any of them. Show the fuck I'm fucking. Make sure you out my house in the morning. Get out in the morning. Oh my goodness. This is amazing. This is something else. I tell you. This is something else. Ooh, this motherfucker was just in here. This is the thing. This is what I don't see. This is some shit right here. So Divine was literally just in here. And Tyrell was in here. And Divine was happy talking to me. And Divine was like, hey, y'all, want the light on or off? I guess they be trying to fuck me up and see if I'm going to do Tyrell wrong. I never am. Tyrell never did me wrong. But not only did Tyrell never do me wrong, look at this motherfucking bed bug. Look at this bed bug. I ain't gonna lie. This bitch gonna say that Nikki never said that because this bitch talking about I'm delusional. Bitch, take your high ass on somewhere. That you was getting high, bitch. Been high, stupid ass bitch. All fucking babes. They mad because I didn't fall for the shit. So all of them sitting around. Divine wasn't in there. Divine walked to her motherfucking car. That nigga Cordell who be with the motherfuckers at that over there at that goddamn bus company. That nigga be all over the place. First he lied in 2024 and said that he was coming around because of me and my grandma. I didn't bring you around this family. That's a goddamn lie. And now this nigga around. He fucks with them. I do not care. But this is the thing. I hear somebody beating on the door. Beep, 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 beep. It's divine. I didn't know it was divine. Renee, divine said Renee text her talking shit about me, calling me crazy, saying I did some stupid shit, fucked up shit. What did I do today and all that? Renee is a liar. Renee told me to be at her house in the morning, that nobody gonna be at her house but her and Tyrell. Renee is trying to fuck me over for some reason. I'm not taking it back. Divine was damn near begging for forgiveness from me today. Divine was standing my Divine been in my motherfucking face. Divine is something wrong with that bitch. And I don't want to be your mama. Bitch, ain't shit changed. I'm not fuck with you telling me, oh, that I'm doing all this fucked up shit. How, bitch? Then they gonna lie and say that Nikki didn't say that she gonna shoot me. Renee, you heard her say that she was gonna motherfucker shoot me. And you know what else you heard her say? You heard me say, I don't give a fuck. Nikki said that she was gonna motherfucker shoot me. And now they saying that I'm making it up. So I don't care if anybody that's listening don't believe me. Because guess what I found out? I don't trust them. See, because of course anybody can say, oh, that's delusional. But can you explain the picking and the choosing? I'm not helping you up, bitch. What do I have to help you up for? You just said you was about to shoot me. Get up on your own. What you said you was shoot me now. You can get up. Strengthen yourself, bitch. These bitches got divine fighting, stressing this damn girl out. She said, don't nobody care about me. I almost died. Bitch, who don't care about who the fuck I'm doing my best? I don't want to be bothered with you. I don't trust you, bitch. I'm doing as far as I can. Bitch, you should be glad. Because I don't want shit to do with Divine Davis at all. I promise you I don't. I'm trying my hardest. This bitch keeps coming up to me when I'm sitting at that park. She's playing the music. So I was dancing a little bit. Coming up to me, wanting to talk to me. I said, Divine, please, I don't want to talk to you. And she keep talking to me in this motherfucking house. So then this bitch is fucked up. And then she comes up to me. I'm like, what's up? What they do, get her high and fuck her head up just then? I believe that's what happened. They start telling her fucked up shit about me like they did in Maureen Martinez court. Knowing that girl was fucked up, going off of some shit. And they was pumping it through her head. How bad of a mom I am. Fucking that girl head up, pumping her up. Did they just get her high? Let that girl get high if she gonna get high. All this motherfucking drugs and shit that this motherfucker is on. Just got done talking to me about how them Plan B contraceptive things fucked up her menstrual cycle. Where did this shit come from? Oh, and then they lied and said every day I be switching up on them, going off on them, raging out on them. That's a fucking lie. What are they trying to do? It's okay. Because I know that it's a social worker from Kenosha County Division of Children and Families that subscribe to my motherfucking YouTube channel. She said Renee just sent her some messages about some shit. I didn't do nothing wrong, nothing. But I knew that it was a setup. Now, I didn't do anything but make sure I get out her house today. Divine gave her that motherfucking key back. It's enough is the motherfucker enough. Because Divine heard that bitch Nikki talking to me fucked up. And then Divine got up and went to her motherfucking Kia. See, I heard Lula telling Renee that she can't fuck with me. Like she ain't got enough motherfucking somewhere. She said it was like, I heard them talking and they gonna say that I'm delusional. I literally just got off my line. I cannot make this shit up. Literally, this just a previous one that I just fucking put out there. Then here these motherfuckers come with this shit. I couldn't even get up. This motherfucker just came in here. This motherfucker just came in. She said she haven't worked in 2 weeks. For what? What did I do? She proven Divine is. What have I been doing wrong to? I have not been doing nothing. I've been feeding you, doing your hair, being. She just wanted. She said she want me to record. Why did she ask me to record? I tell her to get out my face. I'm not gonna do this in your house. Okay, I'm telling you. This motherfucker just came in here. This motherfucker just came in here and just started going off on me. For what? What did I do wrong to you? What? What have I been doing wrong to you? That bitch been lying for a long time. I've been feeding you, doing your hair, being She just wanted. She said she want me to record. They don't want no evidence. Why? All the evidence that these bitches got. I tell her to get out my face. I'm not gonna do this. I don't trust them. Okay, I'm telling you. This motherfucker just came in here. This motherfucker just came in here and just started going off on me. I gotta still pick up this stuff, Tyrell. You know, and I've been up in here. What have I been doing wrong to? I have not been doing nothing. But I put the box in front of the motherfucking door. All this shit was nasty, Divine shit. I picked it up. I tried to. Man, I'm telling you. Why did she ask me to record? I tell her to get out my face. I'm not gonna do this in your house. Okay, I'm telling you. This is set up. This is what they did to me before that Sunday. And this is what they keep doing at least once a week. And this motherfucker got mad because I had something else to do. I'm not about to carry your meat in the house. Earlier, I guess this bitch mad. Told me it wasn't no coffee. See, yesterday, she tells me she trying to sit on her porch and enjoy her coffee. And she could hear me. She says, you go. I said, no, I'm not. I'm not about to, these bitches ain't about to run me. I promise you, it's not going to happen. So this is what it was saying. 8:15 a.m. Can you please lower your voice? I don't want to hear all of that. I'm sitting on my porch trying to drink my coffee, and all I hear is you yelling and cursing. Yes, you are grown, but please, just please, lower your voice, son. Huh? I'm just saying. I said, no. I said, I am outside. I do not have to eat these cherries or peaches, though. No. I said, please, do you? And I was trying to hurry up because I was on my video. Oh, I was trying to ask, like, do you hear anything else? I said, no. And she said, okay, the fruit doesn't have anything to do with it. Because what I was saying was, listen, just because you put them cherries in there and you gave me that peach does not mean that you are about to control me. I'm sorry. She keep telling me that she don't want to hear my voice no more. She keep telling me, bitch, somebody is convincing these hoes. And they mad because I walk through my problems and I find out the answers. Because they try to get all this slick shit over my head. And they all was holding their phones up like they was recording. I'm not saying they were. But them bitches had them phones gripped tight toward me. Usually, I don't know. But this is what I'm saying. I even told that, I said, whatever you record, I want a copy of it, Cordell. Cordell is the same motherfucker who fought me one day in June verbally because I heard him telling Tyrell, come on, Tyrell, go outside. And I don't know if he had grabbed Tyrell's tablet, but when he said that, Tyrell had his tablet in his hand, and then Tyrell was like, tablet? And maybe he had given it back to him. But I did not know. And then I came out the bathroom and Tyrell tablet had slipped down in the side of the chair. So I went outside and said, "You didn't grab Tyrell tablet, did you?" He went off on me and act like he was grabbing for a gun. I said, "Why are you cutting up on me like this? I didn't know if you had taken it to try to get him to come outside." They be doing all kind of shit to try to convince Tyrell. Tyrell is going to do what he wants to. But the thing now, they see that, okay, so I come in this room, right? She wants, now she about to make Tyrell be in this room. And I'm not about to be here. And now Tyrell had to be in this room. And she's like, come in the room and see if Tyrell sleep in here and this and that. Tyrell don't want to sleep in this room. But he's been in here and I've been in here with him. I can't build a relationship with my son. Every time she see Tyrell and I getting close, she separates me and Tyrell. She gonna learn. That's some weak ass bullshit. That's some awful hate crime ass shit. And I don't care who watching. I don't care. I'm not protecting her because she is not protecting me. She's sending. They've been raising Divine to fight me forever. Divine has been lying on me for a long. Divine just came up to me talking about that I've been doing harm to her. Who the fuck? These motherfuckers. I have not been doing nothing wrong to Divine. I don't even fucking talk to her. Divine got mad because she got busted yesterday. Divine, you are the one that's fucking over me, bitch. See, with that pizza situation, they set me up with that Domino's pizza yesterday. They want to see if I get shot up in these motherfucking streets. But I have a question. See all these cases that I have, Wendy's and all that. These bitches know I can sue Racine, but guess what? They see that money. They don't give a fuck who the attorney is. They don't give a fuck if they get 20%, 30%, 50%, 90%. They don't give a fuck if they get 2%. As long as they can get some money. They can't do shit unless I'm dead, but they ain't gonna ever be able to do shit. Nothing. Nothing. I'm not dying. But guess what? Just because you bitches don't got a criminal background and I do, don't mean shit. Yeah, you might get rewarded a parade, every motherfucking thing else. But for what? This whole thing was a setup today. Every single piece of it, and I figured it out. How you just go and just go pick up somebody and then they leave within 5 or 10 minutes after they talk to only me? Why are you coming over here talking to me? I be telling them, listen, I don't want to be bothered with you. Renee asked me, was I coming back outside? Oh, Nikki Pooh coming over this and that and the other. Lula's asking me to come and sit down. Oh, sit at the table. I said, no, I don't want to sit at the table. I'm going to sit on the ground. And then they start each attacking my hair. They're getting pretty desperate for a reason. And guess what? Each and every one of them bitches are fucked up and they walking. And they want to know what I'm going to say about them. I was just talking about how much I appreciated Renee. I don't care. She better come up with my motherfucking paperwork. All of that shit that she got and she using it, probably studying it, bitch. Give me my shit. But you know what? I don't trust that bitch because I trusted her as a mother. And she is not. Just as well as Divine is not my daughter. And just as well, for the record, them motherfuckers don't give a fuck about Tyrell like I give a fuck about Tyrell. Said in front of Tyrell that I'm trying to make a pig out of him. No, bitch, you trying to make a week out of him, a fillet out of him, bitch, for somebody else, you stupid bitch. Tyrell care about me, and you want me to be outside. You don't want me talking to your landlord. This motherfucker could. These motherfuckers talk to me how sick they are. I got to hear how sick they get to talk to me. Her company talk to me and say shit to me whenever the fuck they want to say to me, but I can't say shit back. Oh, because you got to be the smartest one in the bunch. Tell your motherfucking tell your company they can't come here no more. But you told me that I can't come. I got to get out. What time in the morning, bitch? Until you got to run somewhere, bitch, and you'll be calling me back, bribing me. Trying to pay me to come here to be with Tyrell, and I'm gonna come fast in a bitch. You every time, bitch. Never fail hope. Because you called Divine and had Divine come so the police can get called and I can go to jail. But Divine gave her that motherfucking key back. She just told Divine that I was over here acting delusional, and but Nikki told it. Nikki said, "Yo, your mama warned me about you. Your mama saying that you bipolar. See, something ain't right." No. If I ever would ever do a clinical trial or any motherfucker thing, I'm not, but I would never do it around these bitches. They wasting their life away. And these hoes act like they about to I don't like the way that they did Divine, but Divine is keep on making her own choices. Divine keep asking for forgiveness, and Divine keep dogging, doing shit. What she just did today, I couldn't even record quick enough. But some of it is on here. She said, I'm good. Do you, Jasmine? If that's what makes you happy, I just asked you nicely. I wasn't trying to start an argument. I was just trying to sit here and enjoy my coffee. And so today, she made sure that I couldn't use that thing to pour. She didn't want me to use that. And then she said, it ain't no coffee. I said, and then she was talking about how she got to do everything for somebody. Her landlord was here fixing the socket. But why the other day she told me to go down the basement? If you don't want me to be around him, get the fuck up and do it for yourself. Because I do not want to do shit for you or your company. She want me to carry her sister, me. I'm not working for y'all. And then she tell me today, I just want to say how fucked up this shit is. This is what I go through. And I do it with flying colors. Meaning, I don't fight them. She tells me to go in there and get a pan, an aluminum pan with a lid. Never told me what size. So I go and bring both sizes. Now I'm wrong for that. When you gonna start doing this shit for yourself? What the fuck happened here that y'all said that I did something wrong? I mean, I was just really, I could not believe this shit. They brought Nikki over here to fight me. And they're going to use it and say, oh, she's sick. See, motherfuckers lied and said that Nikki had cirrhosis of the liver. And Nikki said no. Said a lot of shit. And I laid it out there on the wood today. Meaning, I'm sorry, I'm trying to change my language. So I said, Nikki, what's the reason why you drinking? What's the you know what I'm saying? Everything that these Because why are you coming to me telling me about Nikki and our motherfucking problems? And I asked you, and then now motherfucker gonna say, oh, don't talk to me. You don't want me to talk to you about others. You continue to do it. That's okay though. My son. I cannot leave him here with you. And they know that. And they gonna try to make me fucked up. And now they talking about I'm delusional. This all they need to try to say that I'm crazy. I'm out of my mind. They gonna try to say I'm schizophrenic. And they hate that I recorded, but I'm not gonna stop, bitch. Y'all gonna have to answer. Y'all believe this shit sweet. And it may be. It may be the relief that everybody need. But guess what? Y'all motherfuckers gonna be looking at each other funny. So it was gonna be the last one standing. Somebody that's been pulling the whole strings the whole motherfucking time. Motherfucker want me to get out in the morning too, because I said I was about to call that doctor's office before her too. Hey, it is what it is. I tell you what, I don't believe in heaven or hell, and I know I ain't gotta die. But I also know what motherfucker said, and I just proved what the fuck just happened in my face. And I believe that motherfuckers see what's happening here. And I also believe that I'm real and I'm not doing nothing wrong. Where the fuck did this shit just come from? That somebody is fucking divine here up. Cause how the fuck that bitch just sit out there? And it said I'm unable to send Nikki a damn message. Uh, let's see. Unable to send. It didn't say I'm blocked. It said Nikki can't access this chat. Yeah, you'll be able to send messages when Nikki next goes. It just says active now. The fuck? I don't care. See, I don't know what this is about. Maybe I don't know, and I can't say it, but I'ma say it. Nikki brother hit me in the head with a pole, and I don't know if motherfuckers don't lose their brother or not. I don't care because he didn't go to jail that day. And actually, Racine Police Department, an officer was trying to put me in jail, and I lied and I said, "Hey, I can't sit here and talk to you. I gotta go get my children from the babysitter." And besides, I'm the one who called the police, and so I drove off. That nigga bust my window on my convertible, and then bust my window in my convertible because I would not give him a ride home after he hit me in my motherfucking head with a pole. I had to do for myself and make it through that shit. I am not lying, but I know nobody gives a fuck about me for real. Everybody probably that's watching these videos are watching to see me fail because I am doing my motherfucking thing. Today I stood out there and breathed through all my shit. And so I was just happy. I also saw different cars and different motor vehicles that was interested in me. And no, I didn't use them to hurt them or affect them. I listen to music and I went through my shit. I have to. I go through too much shit around here. This bitch gonna talk about, I'm like, what did I do? I didn't even do nothing wrong. What are you talking about? What did I do to them today? Nothing. I'm not doing Lula motherfucking hair. Shit, these motherfuckers around here all sick. They looking for something. Somebody is telling them that they all need something. It's motherfuckers around here that need kidneys and everything. It's too close for comfort. I'm not playing. I'm not. Check reference. I cannot trust this. I'm the only one around this motherfucker who is not claiming to be sick. They all trying to get on Social Security income. And I'm like, I'm not. How you gonna get mad at me? Because I said, how are you gonna ask me to be in a conversation or, want me to sit with y'all, everybody talking, but when it's my turn to have an opinion, I can't. I sure said it. Motherfuckers was complaining because their cousin husband did not speak to her. Motherfuckers like, oh, that's bogus. They should have spoke to you. He should have spoke to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, God, please say something. She said, yeah. But for some reason, Renee still only want to be the one to have an opinion. Listen, I'm here for Tyrell. And they asking me to run these errands, take the garbage can back. I got my own stuff I have to do. But the problem is also you want me to participate in conversation or are you coming back outside? Grab me some water. I'm saying, oh, Nikki coming, this and that. Lula want me to talk to her. They just want to steal my personality. I mean, I don't want to call it personality, but that's why they just want to steal the way I talk. They hate me. And they hate that I have proof. And I did not record that conversation, but I know it was recorded. I know it was recorded. Somebody know that what happened. Somebody know exactly what the fuck happened. Billy, Tiffany, I'm telling it, was out there. Billy wasn't there involved. He wasn't there the whole motherfucking time. But it's too much fuck shit going on around here. Where they need a whole lot of witnesses around here for some reason. It's a funny thing how these motherfuckers keep throwing shit in my motherfucking face though. You can't take it, then don't be involved in it. I'm gonna have to do something about this shit though. Why don't y'all want me to talk to the doctors over there at Wheaton Franciscan? Let me see what these motherfuckers really on.
Thank you for calling Ascension Medical Group. Para español, presione dos. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911 or visit the nearest emergency room. For prescription refills, please contact your pharmacy first. The clinic is currently closed. For non-urgent matters, please contact your physician office during business hours. For all other calls, please press 2 to speak to an after-hours representative. This call may be recorded for quality
It's
assurance
too
purposes.
important to me. I
We
can't, because
value
I
your
don't know what
feedback.
tomorrow gonna
Please
bring. I
stay
don't
on
even
the
know what
line after
tonight
your
gonna
call
bring.
for a
They
brief
just
survey.
stand over me doing anything. No, I'm not dealing with this shit no more.
Thank you for calling Ascension After Hours Answering Service. My name is Michelle. Are you calling for yourself or someone else?
Michelle, are you can you just verify what business you're at just to make sure that my call was routed to the appropriate place, please?
This is the Ascension After Hours Answering Service.
Okay. So what I would like to do is talk to someone in pediatrics. Is some is there an on-call physician? Can you tell me who that on-call physician would be that would call me?
Okay, are you calling for yourself or someone else?
I'm calling about my son for pediatrics.
Okay. What I can do is get his information. I need the first and last name and your name and his date of birth. I'll get the information pulled up, and then I can have you speak with one of our triage nurses on call this evening. And if they do have to page a provider, we have to go through them first. Is that okay?
No, it's not. I would like to talk to the actual doctor. And I know that I very well can. I don't have to talk to a nurse.
Okay. I that's our protocol. I'm sorry,
And
ma'am.
what is the protocol called? Can you tell me where that protocol came from, please?
Well, just to get the patient's first and last name and date of birth, and just a brief reason for the call, verify your name and phone number in case we become disconnected. Then it does go through the nurse. The nurse will page the doctor, and then if the doctor can give you a call back.
Why did you just? But
go ahead,
why,
ma'am. I'm
please?
sorry.
No. What did you say? What were you saying?
Oh, but that's our protocol that we follow. It has to. I answer the phone as the care navigator, and I have to transfer the call to the nurse.
I'm not calling for care though. You understand what care means? Do you know what the definition of care is?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying
Oh,
to
so do you
assist you the
understand that
best
is
way.
inappropriate? Because this whole time I didn't know what the actual meaning of care is, but now I know.
Okay, ma'am. If
But
you
I
want
had
me
asked you the
to,
protocol, but you decided just to give me a generic response instead of telling me where the protocol comes from. Please.
okay, I said,
I
yeah.
am in
I
control
just,
here, and I don't know if you are offensive, but I don't know why this would be such a difficult call. I don't understand if you find it difficult. I didn't ask anything unusual or anything. I know you all may get used to this sort of thing where nobody questions it, or but I do not have to speak to a nurse. I just don't. And if you all have any trouble with that, then things can happen differently. But I What's the point of having a doctor? This is not a nurse question.
Okay. I can, if you would allow me to pull up your child's information, we can go from there, ma'am.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Nurses definitely have their place, but I'm telling you that this is something totally different. Tyrell Edward Morris, December 28, 2011. And can you just tell me whether or not you see my name listed? And then I want to update my phone number in your system.
Okay, I'm just pulling up the information. One moment.
What information are you pulling up, please?
Okay. Your son's information, ma'am, and I just verify the number that we should have on a file for you in case we become disconnected.
And what is that number that you have? Hello?
Check it. Yes, ma'am. Just looking here. There's a 262 number here.
Which one?
I'm asking you to verify what number we should have listed
Does it
for you in
start
case
with
we
the
become
5?
disconnected.
Does it start with a 5?
The 262 number.
Does it start with a 5?
There is a number here that starts with a 5. There's also a number that starts with an 8.
Yes, it is. I'm talking about the number that starts with the 5. 1262
Yes, ma'am.
1262 505 7137.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what you have Jasmine Renee Davis, and what is that listed as there? Please.
Yeah, you're the mother.
Okay. And so what level of contact do you have me as far as the protocol, how to call? Like what number? I know you have is Granny and then you have me, but I just want to see like how, but I also I would like to update my phone number because I'm updating this phone number now though. I haven't had this phone
Okay,
number
ma'am.
for that long.
Okay. Well, may I place you on a brief hold for a moment?
What do you mean? You could place the call on hold, but man, I can ask you why, and I would like to get that answer before you put the call on a brief hold. What's the reason?
Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. I want to speak to one of my coworkers.
About what?
I'm simply trying to assist you and get you over to a nurse so you can possibly get connected with your child's doctor. That's what I am trying to do for you this evening, ma'am.
So, what is the point that you have to talk to your coworker and not me?
Okay, I just need to know a brief reasoning as to why you're calling so I can get you connected to the nurse.
How would your coworker tell you that? What is the truth? You guys, are you typing something about this call?
Ma'am, did you want me to get you connected to the
I tried
nurse?
to tell you my phone number, but then you told me that you had to talk to someone else. So, can you answer some questions here?
Okay. Ma'am, we're
I,
just the after hours answering service. We don't update information. We verify that the phone number that we have for you, that we, in case we become disconnected somehow during the call or trying to transfer the call, we can give you a call back. We ask for basic information, the reasoning for the call, and we get you connected to the nurse. I am not qualified to offer any medical advice. That's why we connected to the nurse.
Did you hear me
If
ask you
that
for
answers your
medical?
question.
Did you hear someone on this call ask you for medical
No,
advice?
no, ma'am, I did not, ma'am, but I am simply trying to get you transferred over to the correct person.
How can they call me if they don't have my phone number? Hello?
Yes, you asked me what number I had, and you then stated it to me, and that's the number that we have, ma'am.
And I told you that that number is not a working number. And I'm just trying to tell you a working number, but you told me that you need to put me on hold instead of the call. And I asked you why. And you're typing, typing, typing. You're not telling me what you're typing about. What is the problem? What seems to be the problem?
I'm just trying to get you connected to the nurse is all, ma'am.
How can you do that?
I can transfer the call to the nurse.
So you don't need my phone number.
Ma'am, would you like me to transfer you to the nurse regarding your son?
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I asked you, do you not need my phone number yet? Do you need my phone number to, or what? Yes or no?
There's a different number for you than the five. Your five number is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, you can give me that number, ma'am. I'll type it in the line here.
Please do not call me ma'am. I am Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay, go ahead with the number.
My phone number is 1-771-233-9685. The fuck? Oh. Fuck, man. This shit is getting on my motherfucking nerves, man. I can't even fucking think straight sometimes with this dumbass shit. It's easy for somebody who was working, they got one strict thing to focus on, and that's their job. You know what I'm saying? They probably have their lives together, they have all their shit straight. As far as me, though, oh my goodness, my phone number is 9. I knew it was 9385. I'm sorry. It's 9385. I knew that. Fuck, I know I was making a mistake. But this is the thing. I'm fighting every fucking turn around. What the for what, bitch? What is the fight? Why am I fighting? Why I gotta go through this shit?
Thank you for calling Ascension Medical.
Straight up.
Para
For what?
español, presione dos.
And I gave them the wrong fucking
If this
phone
is an
number. I'm
emergency,
really
please
pissed.
hang up and dial 911 or visit the nearest emergency
I meant to
room.
say
For
3-2.
prescription refills, please
Like
contact
this
your
about
pharmacy
bitch.
first.
I'm
The
so
clinic is
upset.
currently closed. For non-urgent matters, please contact your physician office during business hours. For all other calls, please press 2 to speak to an after-hours representative. This call may be recorded for quality
They
assurance
keep
purposes.
saying
We value
why
your
do they
feedback.
take it so far
Please
and
stay
say
on the
I'm
line
doing
after your
wrong to
call
them?
for a brief survey.
I don't get it. I'm not. They are used to dumb shit.
Calling Ascension After Hours. My name is Renee. I'm a certified medical assistant. Are you calling for yourself or someone else?
I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and I'm calling to speak to on-call physician in the pediatrics about my son Tyrell
Okay,
Edward
what
Morris,
is
date of birth I'm so sorry, December 28th, 2011. I am very upset right now about something that has nothing
and
to do
what?
with you.
All
What?
right, and what is your son's last name?
His name is Tyrelledwardmorris.
All right, and who's his doctor with Ascension?
So they call him Dr. Jones.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a
And what is your
Santos.
first name?
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
And what is a good callback number for you in case we're disconnected?
So did you pull up his information? Do you have to pull up his information to get a call through at all?
Yes, because I don't page the doctor for you. I send you through to the nurses. They're the ones that page the doctor. They have their own way to do that.
I asked you if you pulled up the information on your computer then or no?
I did pull up the information, but I'm asking for a good callback number tonight, just in case we get disconnected. I have a way to reach you.
I understand that you did, and I didn't say that you did not, but I also had a question. Is that all right with you? Is that is it okay that I had a
Yeah,
question
you
too?
wanted. Yeah, you said you wanted to get the doctor page. Is that still correct?
That's the reason for my call. I said a
All right. I'm
physician.
gonna send. That's fine. I'm gonna send you through to the nurses, and then they will page
You
the
did
doctor.
not get a
Hold on the
phone
line.
number. You didn't get a phone number. Stupid bitch didn't get a fucking phone number. This is what they do. Thank you so much. They said I'm crazy and insane. Who the fuck can deal with some shit like this? That's why they be wanting motherfuckers to be blowed around this bitch. It ain't happening. I'm not gonna sleep through this shit another motherfucking 10 years.
Thank you for calling Ascension After Hours Triage. This is Emily. I'm a nurse. Are you calling about yourself or someone else?
Are you a pediatric nurse?
So I am a triage nurse. I triage all calls coming into Ascension in Wisconsin. But I can help you answer any questions you have here.
Oh, I would like to speak to a physician about my son, an on-call physician
Okay,
about my son.
So what usually happens here is I take your symptoms about your son, and then if depending on the symptoms, I reach out to the provider, and then either they or I give you a call back regarding what to do. But I'm happy to help you with that if that's something you're interested in.
Were you informed of my name?
Not yet. I need to get the name and date of birth of the child here.
Oh, so how did the call get transferred to you? What was said to you, please?
So nothing was said. They just transfer it over into the appropriate queue. They don't tell us anything, unfortunately.
So what's the reason why they ask so many questions and want so much information from me?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe because sometimes they can reach out to different people about certain things, but if it's something that may require a triage, they send it to the nurses.
Each and every time they told me that they would not be the ones to take the call, that it would actually be a nurse.
Oh, well, I am sorry that that's what happened, or that's what was told you. I apologize. But I'm happy to help you if that's something you're interested in.
And I understand. I appreciate the level of professionalism. I have some questions. I was just asking you, though, like, I don't understand like your protocols and your procedures or how you do things. And that's why I was just trying to just be able to get a little bit more information about the connection between who they are and who you are and the reason why there's different information being said to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. So the calls all come into the care navigators, who you spoke to before you spoke to us. They get all sorts of calls that come in. Sometimes it's somebody calling about a tryout. Sometimes it's a physician calling and they direct the calls accordingly, and then they send, patients and people who have concerns regarding their health or medications to the nurses to be triaged.
Okay, because it was just a matter of me even trying to give you all a better phone number and me saying that I would prefer
Yeah, I understand.
to
I'm
have my
sorry.
question.
Yeah.
Oh, did you know what I'm going to say?
No, I'm just sorry that it was misleading to you. I apologize that
But
it seemed like that.
but I barely even got anything out, but you just knew what I was saying, and I barely even said any true descriptive words to get to my point. Because I hadn't told you about this yet. Because
Oh, no, I'm happy to listen.
I haven't specified some important details of the call and my preference to not make
Understood.
this tough on my son and his life.
Understood.
Because my son is not sick, but
Okay.
he's being looked at as he is sick.
Oh.
And I know that there's going to be a situation that will approach in the morning that will make it harder on him. And I don't want that. But I also had wanted to talk to a physician, and pediatric physician. Hopefully, it would have been the one that is been scheduled to see him. I suppose if I can say it that way, because he was just.
It really depends. Sorry, go ahead.
What are you saying, please?
It depends who's on call tonight. Sometimes if there's a certain pediatric physician that's on call for the physician that your child usually sees, it sometimes is that provider, but sometimes it's somebody else in that group.
And that's why I kind of told you that I will understand that, because usually before it was the physician that would call back. So I don't know if you all change things. See, but I don't. This is what
It really
I've
depends
never
on
called
the
about my
physician.
son like this before. But
Understood.
I've known that usually a physician will call back. I don't know if that's just something different or just totally different or something that you got. I don't know, and really, but that does not mean that I changed my preference. And I'm not saying that you are inappropriate in your profession, because it is important. I'm sure that
Understood.
you value your job and you're a valuable. You have a valuable job. It's not that.
I understand your preference.
As you just,
I can try to explain to the physician that you would like to speak to them directly, but sometimes they decline and they just want to speak to somebody. But if you want me to try to clarify that with the physician, and if they do, I'm happy to try to, tell them they would want to speak to a physician regarding what's going on.
So am I not somebody to you?
I'm sorry?
Am I not somebody? Is my son not somebody to you?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you want to speak to a physician, I would have to, page out to them or call them, depending on what their preference is. They, list that in, their directory, and then explain that you would like to speak to them regarding what's going on. And then, they would call me back, and then sometimes they get transferred over to you, and that's okay. But sometimes it just depends on the physician's preference. But I'm happy to, try to facilitate that for you if that's something you're interested in.
What's your name?
Emily.
Emily.
I'm
I know
confused with.
Oh my. Hello, are you there, Emily?
But I am.
You're confused.
I just need to, trying to understand what you would like me to do for your son here tonight to help you, get your questions answered here.
I know exactly why I'm calling, but I had to deal with you all and make sure that you all are. I have to try to attend to your emotions or whatever it is that you all are doing
Oh
here
no, you don't.
today. Yeah, but that's what
I
it's
just
been.
have
You
to
just
get
said
the
that
card open here.
you said that you were confused, and then you said that you were not confused, and so now what I'm trying to say is you did say that there is a physician that will be there, and you did say that you're not in particular to pediatrics, so it will further explain you don't know anything about my son.
So we triage everybody, pediatrics, cardiology, everybody comes in and we triage them all.
I would like to just be able to verbalize something here if that's possible, Emily, and
Yep.
just continue to do what I'm doing. Are you in a hurry right now? Is there?
Oh no, totally fine, but whatever you need to do.
But what, please?
Oh, what? You go ahead and explain what you need to. That's totally fine.
Oh, you were saying something about but.
Oh no. Go ahead.
No, I believe that I can handle it from here. You had said that the physician, and can you just try to hear me so you won't miss anything that I am
Yes.
saying, because I want you to be able to, if you can respond, if you want to. You said that the physician may talk to me somehow, right? But you also said that they may not want to even talk to me.
Correct.
Hold on, please. You get to talk, but I'm going to get what I have to say through.
No.
I didn't ask you to correct me, please. I did not ask you to correct
me. Not correcting you. I'm not.
So then you said that they wouldn't want to talk to me, but they would want to talk to somebody. You said something like, you did say something like that, right? That it would not be me, but they will want to talk to somebody, but not me. They choose not to talk to me because they want to talk to somebody. You said, and I knew exact words, but then I went off into, oh shit, you're confused now, a bunch of other stuff. But I don't, but that is what you said. You were saying something along the lines as that they would not want to talk to me because they want to talk to somebody, or they would not talk to me, but they would prefer to talk to somebody rather, right? Is that what you said?
So yes and no. So some physicians want to just speak to the nurse, and we kind of serve as the middleman between the patient or the caregiver and the provider. But some physicians will speak to the patient or the caregiver themselves. It really depends on what their preference is. But sometimes they make exceptions depending on the situation, especially if the patient or caregiver requests specifically to speak to them. Does that make sense?
But I understand that's what you had said another time, but you did say what I had said that you said, though. And although you explained further, you were saying you did pretty clearly and plainly, actually. You did. You said that they would want to talk to somebody, like not me, but they prefer to talk to somebody, but not me. Like I know exactly how I can, understand it. And so I was just trying to explain to you that Wanted to talk to a physician so that I know that the exact information gets to the physician, because I would like to alert just a situation and just to verify something right now. Wow, it was
I see.
something that is, what do you see?
No, I'm just understanding what you're saying.
What I'm doing, what?
I understand where you're coming from. That makes sense to me. I was just
What
saying I
does?
understand what you're saying.
What makes sense to you?
That you want to speak directly to the provider so they get everything that you're saying, so it's not misconstrued or something.
Well, I didn't say misconstrued. And what I'm trying to explain is that I find this a very important matter.
Understood.
And I just want to make sure that all the information is properly handled and that I can learn something during the conversation. That's it. I want to alert just in a way that I just do my part here. There is a lot of information, Emily. Too many people have their hands in um my son, I don't want to call it his. Do you know the origin of the word care?
I don't.
Do you work in healthcare, or do you work in the care
Do I?
field?
Yes, I am a nurse.
Okay. Do you have a like a specialty? Did you specialize in any being any particular nurse or?
So, I mean, my current specialty is triage. So it's a general, you know, scope of that. I worked in med surge for a while. Um, so, I saw lots of cases there of varying things and differing ages of people.
I don't know what med surge is, so
So, okay, it's like where everybody goes um, for, illness, after surgery, that kind of thing.
I did hear the name
Just the
before.
general, oh, okay. It's just, yeah, it's kind of jargon. I apologize.
Is that appropriate to use jargon, or what is the actual name
I
for it?
So it's medical surgical floor.
Okay. I would just think to use the full word would strengthen you and keep you to perhaps a composure where you can identify yourself at a higher level and keep yourself
Understood.
evolving in your job. Understood? Really?
I,
Okay.
I think that's important. Thank you.
It is what it is, but um the reason why I asked you is because I have a different outlook on um, my son, and you all are open at this time, and I want to take advantage of it actually. Okay, because what I want to understand is, are you available when times get to this point? How are you all going to respond to the real duty of your job when some real things happen and need to be figured through, where maybe I may not be able to address the issues properly how I would want to, or maybe I won't be able to get the message through. Because actually, did you pull up the chart? Yeah, for my son.
I did not. I need to get the date of birth because the care navigators don't provide that to us, unfortunately.
So I would like to just begin and tell you I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and my
Mm-hmm.
son's name is Tyrell Edward Morris, and his date of birth is December 28, 2011. And the
Okay.
pediatrician's name is Dr. Santos, but they call him Dr. Joe's or something like that. I don't know why.
Or maybe people can't pronounce it or something, or maybe that's just his preference.
I didn't see how they got that name out of his name, so I don't know why it's like that. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you at this point. I would like to know myself, actually. So, do you have the information up in the system?
The chart open now. Yes.
Okay. Do you see my name there?
Your name as it's in the contact info. Yes, I see your name in there.
And what is it? Do you see?
I see Jasmine Davis.
It's supposed to say Jasmine Renee Davis. And so that
Oh, it
is,
does say Renee.
please now. What does it say?
Jasmine Renee Davis.
Why did you only say Jasmine Davis?
I apologize for not seeing the middle name.
Oh no, I didn't ask you for apology. I just asked you to answer my question. Wow.
Usually I just say first and last name, but I do understand that being able to be specific about the middle name could, be important.
So you chose not to say Renee?
Only because usually people, just have their first and last name as their name, but I apologize again for not saying middle name.
So what was the reason why you said, oh, it does say Renee there then?
I was just clarifying that the middle name was there for you. I'm really sorry, but I just need to know what's kind of going on with your son here and see what we need to do here. And you said Dr. Abad Santos, Dr. Joe is his pediatrician, correct?
I'll be happy to correct. Are you the only one that gets to know what's happening with my son here? Or do I get to figure out what's actually happening with my son here?
Oh, no, you get to figure out what's happening.
And that's what is happening right now. So I asked you, were you in a hurry? And you said no. But, so is the but starting to come in or what?
No, I'm just trying to, get the information we need to help you and help your son.
But the problem is actually, I didn't ask for any of the extra jargons or anything that would have taken up more time inappropriately. So I'm only
Right.
responding to, no, you keep doing this. And it's really starting to become very unethical because you keep stopping me from talking. And you're interrupting me when I'm talking and explaining. So I don't see how you're learning. How is your approach helping? I'm trying to explain to you clearly that there is a problem with my son and I want to address it. However, me having to tend to you saying one thing or someone else saying something and it's not adding up, and then I have to go the extra, this place and that place, it causes a bit. I can handle it, but it's like then you all are doing it and I never get to talk. I never get my point across because now I'm having to make sure that these things are appropriate in the situation. I have to question or now respond to something totally different than what I called about, but I could expect it. So there's always a little wiggle room there. I wouldn't expect you to say, hey, the doctor don't want to talk to you because they rather talk to someone. You know, I wouldn't expect anything like that to spend 5 minutes on that, but I'm happy to. My son can get as much care as he possibly can get. And this is what I'm trying to do my part and figure out because of the change in the information that I have, I value, and not that I never have, but I understand that this has to be a much stronger approach now so that you all can understand what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. And some of these things that have been happening on the phone call today have been nearly unacceptable, and I won't accept that. But maybe that's the way that you do things, and that's why I'm study asking questions as far as what is your protocol, how do you handle these things, you know, why did they ask for some information, and why are you not knowing it, what was the point where they couldn't use it anyway, how is this data being used, and where is it going, you know, these sort of things. I have a phone number in the system that I no longer use, and I would like to just tell you a phone number that I could be called at. Is that okay if you can update that information, or like how? What would be the word? Like how would you be able to? Um, you use the word facilitate, by like um, how would you be, are you allowed to would you, if I know that you have to call back, so you have to have a valid phone number, but are you going to completely change it in the system, or put just like some, what would you do when I give you a phone number, because the phone number that you have in the system there, can you tell me the information that you see there with my name?
Yes. So I have two different numbers here. I have a home number that's a 262-505-7137. And then I have a mobile number that's a 262-498-6963.
Oh, okay, okay. So one of those numbers is just a very random number that is just used just absolutely if something was to happen at that time with that 5126250577137 number. Okay, but I did not specify that. I have a home number. This is a mobile phone that um the 12625057137 number is a mobile phone number, and that should
Okay.
be outlined specifically, because that would ensure that text messages or whatever would be associated as far as data processing, or I don't really want to say it like this, but eliminating waste, or some kind of productivity, you would be able to process that information appropriately, or more or less, if it is filed incorrectly, then it would be more limiting and inappropriate. But can you tell me why, a reason why my mobile phone number, if I have given you two phone numbers, would be listed as a home phone number?
It's likely because there's not another option for there to be two mobile numbers, but I'm not 100% sure.
So I appreciate that information. Do you see any flaws in the system that would make it hard for you to do your job as a nurse, just from what you said to me?
So as far as my job goes, we don't send text messages, so it doesn't impede me in being able to contact you if that's your preferred number because the 7137 number is marked as the preferred, but I can see why it would be concerning to not be able to get texts if it was potentially a home number. I do see that, that concern from you as being valid for sure.
As a nurse, you deal with things like ethics and compliance, qualifications, and being thorough.
I do, yes.
Okay, so that would mean that would that affect your being an actual nurse? Not just an employee. A nurse is something that is supposed to be pretty consistent at any level, and it's not to be. I that name is pretty serious, and it could be awfully rewarding. So what I'm asking you is, and I can tell you if you want to come up with an answer as you are coming up with an answer, I can tell you historically I was told that when they use that, and I would previously have accepted that, but I have grown and am I know that I can speak up and tell you all that I can be in control here and still make sure to keep this professional. Since that is, as you just said, that this is my preferred phone number, that's where you all would dial, initially first. Now, if it goes back to, okay, well, it's tough out here and, all this different stuff, no one really has a home phone anymore. So you use that, but that's unacceptable because usually a home number would be just say, there's a data processing unit that would scan the system to identify, just to pull all home numbers or just all cell phone numbers, and mine get missed. And my primary phone number is no longer available. And so I would not get the call or the information or to be a part in whatever study or anything, because and this could actually occur because of the way that things are documented. Those are two very different even fields in communication. Actually, I mean, they're similar. For a landline is totally different than a mobile phone, but did you have an answer for my question so that I can continue with this call?
I just didn't want to interrupt you. I was just wanting to listen. I apologize.
What do you want me to talk to you about?
I just was wondering what you would like, what concerns you had regarding your son potentially here, or what you would like to speak about.
And I understand all of that, but I would like to, that's why I asked you just to answer my question so I can understand where I'm at and the level of facilitating that you are capable of, please. Because I believe that this can be a quality issue as well at some point. And I'm very
I guess
sure.
I'm not sure what specifically you are asking for at this point. I just want to know what you would like for me to do specifically for you to help you, how you would like me to help you.
You don't have to answer the question. If you choose not to answer the question, it would not be a decline about my son or me. That's something that you would have to address, and there's always a consequence. So whatever I asked the question, And I've already asked it, and I would like to make sure that you understand that the question has been asked, that I had asked you.
Would you be able to repeat the question for me?
For what? Why would I have to do that?
Just to clarify, because I want to make sure I understand what you said.
What do you have an understanding of? Tell me that much.
I just want to know what you were asking again, because halfway through it cut out a little bit for me, and I wanted to make sure I heard everything.
What part of your job tells you to say something like that? What
I
book
just wanted
did
to
you
make
get
sure
that
I could.
from? Where did you
I
get
didn't
your?
read a book. I just wanted to be clear with you. I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, I'm not Mount Jasmine Renee Davis. What? Where did you get your degree from?
I went to college at a university near me and got my degree there.
What is the name of it?
I don't wish to disclose that because that's personal information.
That is not personal information. Actually, that is real information, and it's very important. And I have every due diligence to understand where you earned your education from, especially where this is about. Do you not take it serious of
I do take
me
it
being
seriously.
in control?
But if,
What are you taking seriously? What do
if-
you take serious? Because I didn't even say what. The problem
I'm
is,
taking all of this seriously.
no, I don't believe
I
that
just-
you are. I believe that what you're taking seriously is only yourself and getting around things and saying much inappropriate things that is unnecessary. And what I can say is, I would expect to have more of a professional conversation that is not an exchange, but it is nearly as possible that I am kind of having to share this information with you, whether I choose to or not. I believe that I can articulate something that will be at least professional about my son, and for you to be professional enough to understand these type of things come up in consideration, especially where you're saying things and not meaning them, and you have said that you were already confused on the phone, and then and within a split second, damn near, you said that you are not confused. So if you are able to gain your composure like that, but you are not able to remember what I've asked you about compliance, I believe that, are you focusing more or less on your own self and how important you are, or you just in general making sure that you are being your most appropriate self there as a nurse and caring about what you're saying instead of trying? I don't know what you're doing. I'm not going to assume. But I find, like, when I ask about, do you know the origin of care? These type of things are something about me. Maybe they're not usual questions, and maybe they may seem more inappropriate, but it's time that I understand the full scope of ascension and how you are. If you are someone that answers the phone at this time, that means I'm probably going to talk to you again if possible. But perhaps this may not be the job for you. And I'm going to be sure to make sure whether or not that you can handle something like this. And so far, you have been, I don't even know, but you have told me so many times that you understand what I'm saying. And I didn't even say what I'm saying. So I don't know what you call that. Like, what is that? Do you read minds? Because you are literally hurrying the conversation and you're not getting, I'm not able to get anywhere, and you're the one that's gaining all of the, you're making way, and you're the only one doing it. And I don't understand how you're doing it alone, but you have been. But then you're not answering the questions that I have. And although you're being, professional enough to try to say like you're concerned about my call and you're not in a hurry, but you are presenting your words in a way where they are suggesting that this call is becoming more and more inappropriate, and that perhaps, I don't know if this is what you're saying, as if you're not interested in answering the questions. What you're interested in doing is getting to the point of the call, and so that you can do other things. But this is practically one reason why I did call here. Because I need to understand what you guys, what is happening there, and how you handle these different things. And I can choose whether or not I keep my information and if it is going to be handled appropriately. And I told you that already. But if you are you taking notes, or are you doing anything at all like toward this call?
Yeah.
So
Yes, I'm
far,
taking notes.
so far, what notes have you taken, please, Emily?
So I've just taken notes regarding you having concerns about, you know, the integrity of the call and you wanting to potentially speak directly to a physician. Those kind of things.
And what does that look like?
I'm summing it up here.
Can you read to me the notes that you wrote?
Ma'am, I just need to go. I'm sorry. If we're not going to actually triage right now, that is my job. I need to let you go. I'm sorry. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you taking a moment to experience. On a scale from 1 to 5, with 5 being very satisfied, how satisfied were you with your experience?
This is a trick question.
Sorry, I didn't understand you. On a scale from 1 to 5, with 5 being very satisfied, how satisfied were you with your experience?
I don't know how to answer that, and I'm not. I have not messed it around. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Thank you for calling Ascension Medical Group. Para español, presione dos.
Please.
If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911 or visit the nearest emergency room. For prescription refills, please contact your pharmacy first. The clinic is currently closed. For non-urgent matters, please contact your physician office during business hours. For all other calls, please press 2 to speak to an after-hours representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. We value your feedback. Please stay on after your call for a brief survey.
Thank you for calling the Ascension After Hours Answering Service. My name is Cami. Are you calling for yourself or someone else?
Oh, I didn't hear you. I heard kind of like the syllables of your name almost, but I don't know exactly what you said.
Oh, okay. My name is Cami.
Cammy. Okay, Cammy. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm calling for myself about my son.
Oh, okay. I'll be happy to help you. Can I get your son's first name?
Help me how?
I can help you get to a triage nurse for advice.
Are you not able to talk to me about these problems?
I can talk to you, but I can't give out medical advice.
It's not medical advice, but do you as where you are, do you handle some of these calls and route them or and handle them at some point or at all? Or what are you actually supposed to do? What is your job, so I can understand? And I appreciate you for saying that you could talk to me, but maybe if you can just hear me say to you, like, okay, what is it that your job is?
Okay, so my job is when patients call, we find out if they need to get medical advice from a triage nurse.
And how do you do that?
we obtain the patient's first and last name and date of birth, and then obtain a callback number and the patient's primary care doctor, and then the reason why they're calling it. Then we put you in a nurse queue. You stay in the queue until one of our triage nurses picks up your phone call.
So you wouldn't actually be someone that would handle the entire call, or I would still have to talk to a nurse, because I wanted to know why you guys asked all that information. Do you give that information to the triage nurse?
No, but we have to ask you that information to document it into our system.
Where do you document it at, though?
We just document it into our system, the system that we use.
And what reason is that for?
So that it tells the ascension who's calling, if they have to go and look back into calls.
What do you mean by that?
So it documents, it's like a call documentation that the patient called. Or the person that's speaking for the patient.
So what does that mean?
It's for call documentation. Did you need to speak to one of our triage nurses for medical advice?
I called to speak to a physician, but what is your protocol?
So I would send you over to a triage nurse.
The phone call?
And they will give you medical advice.
I'm not actually there. It'll be the phone call.
So what I would do is I would send you over to the triage nurse, and they would give you medical advice. And if they need to page out to a physician, they will page out.
Okay, so is it that you just use the information for your own specific data, but you don't really explain to the nurse what's actually going on? Is that true?
Because we have to direct you to the proper nurse when you call in.
What do you mean by the proper nurse?
We have to direct you to the proper queue.
What does that mean?
Direct you to the nurse queue. That means that we have to find out the reason why you're calling to direct you into that queue.
So is it a separate triage nurse for like pediatrics or something else?
No, they're all regular registered nurses.
So what would be the difference?
We just have to find out the reason why you're calling to put you into that queue.
Is there different ones I'm asking you?
No, they're not different ones. They're just a queue, but we need to find out. One of our processes to put you in that queue is to find out the reason why you're calling.
What is a queue?
The queue is where it's like where you stand in line, but you're in a virtual line. So like you're on your phone and you're on hold. So that's what we call our queue. Like you're standing in line, but you're on your phone. It's like a virtual line, which we call the nurse queue.
Do you prioritize that or something? I'm trying to understand what you've been saying. What you have been saying.
We just need, so like I said, we find out what you are calling regarding. If you're calling regarding you needing nursing advice, or if you're calling regarding you need, to know information about your appointment, and then we transfer you into that queue. So that's the reason why we ask that question when you call.
But is it all the same individual?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to make sense of what's the difference then.
I'm not understanding you.
Why not? I just said, what's the difference?
What's the difference in
And you getting the information so you can choose where to cue this phone call to.
yes? So we can, like I said, we transfer you into a nursing queue, and then the nurses pick up the queue from there.
Right, but all the nurses handle the same stuff, right?
Yes, they all handle the same thing.
So what is the difference? You said that the information, you don't give it to the nurse, but you use the information for if Ascension wants to know.
Call documentation.
Wait a minute. Why did you say that? What does that mean?
Meaning we have to document why the call is coming in. Like just brief documentation. So if your son or child is having issues with fever, we have to document each call coming in.
But it does not go to that nurse. Where does it go to?
It just goes into our call documentation system.
So it goes to your call documentation center system. And when is that?
System.
I did say system.
It's just a call documentation system.
I appreciate you confirming that you did say system, but I did realize that I was saying something else. Okay, but so when is that information used? And by who? Exactly. What's the
By Ascension.
what
It's used
department?
by Ascension.
What department?
There's no department. It's just used by Ascension.
That's Ascension where?
In Milwaukee, or in Wisconsin rather.
And who uses that? What is the phone number address to where in Milwaukee?
It's just used by the Ascension in Wisconsin.
May I know? Is that not appropriate for me to understand?
It's just it's all I can tell you. It's used by Ascension in Wisconsin. I'm not sure if it's a certain hospital that uses it. It's just the Ascension in Wisconsin that uses that.
How do you know that though?
That's all I can tell you is that it's just used by Ascension in Wisconsin.
No, I was saying, how did you know if Ascension is telling you? I mean, how do you know that Ascension is the one that's using that? And is somebody telling you that that's all that you could tell me or something? Or do you not know?
I can't tell you. I do not know. All I know is that Ascension uses it in Wisconsin.
So you are hired to get information and you don't know why.
The information is used to document the call, and Ascension uses the system that we document in.
For what?
To track the calls that are coming in.
Track them how? What does that mean? What does track mean?
Maybe like how many calls are going to our triage nurses, or how many calls are calling for appointments, or how many calls are calling and, that are coming in and being disconnected, that kind of information.
And so what's the department of who uses that? Who told you that? How do you learn that? Like did you learn like this is the department who does this? Is it because if you know that amount, then would you not know anything further about it?
I don't know anything further about it. I just know Ascension uses the service to document calls, and it's only Ascension, Wisconsin calls.
And you said that's out of Milwaukee? Milwaukee where?
It's the whole Wisconsin. So
So
we get calls from Milwaukee, we get calls from Appleton, and we get calls from all over Milwaukee.
all over Milwaukee,
Or all over
Wisconsin.
Ascension, Wisconsin, all over Wisconsin.
But you said
So
that
we take care of all the clinics. We take care of all the clinics in Ascension,
would it be appropriate?
Wisconsin.
What are you saying, please?
I said we take care of all the clinics in Wisconsin, Ascension, Wisconsin clinics. We help with their after-hours service, answering service.
Would it be appropriate for me to ask you if you could just verify information? Did you say that Milwaukee is who handles that information in Wisconsin?
It's Ascension, Wisconsin that handles that information.
Did you say Milwaukee?
And Milwaukee too. They have Ascension clinics in Milwaukee.
So who gets the data?
Ascension in Wisconsin uses that data.
But you said that they're located in Milwaukee.
They're located in Milwaukee. They're located all over. There's Ascension clinics all over Wisconsin.
So the clinics get the information. So you do know a department.
No, I don't know the department that goes over this the information.
You said the clinic.
I
So
don't know who that department is.
why did you say it was Milwaukee and now you're saying it's a clinic? Or why did you say the clinics are all over Wisconsin?
They are all over Wisconsin now.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Do you have information to the Ascension, like perhaps what is the name of the Ascension president? Who runs Ascension? Like who is the, if it's not a president, is it a vice president? Uh, who would that be?
There is a CEO for Ascension. I would have to look up that information if I can put you on hold.
I would appreciate that information, please.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Okay, thank you for holding. His name is Scott Chihak.
How do you spell the name there, please?
Last name? Okay.
Just
it's
the name
S-C-O-T.
at the whole name.
Okay, so it's Scott, S-C-O-T-T,
Okay.
and Chihak is C-I-H-A-K.
Okay, Cihak.
Yes.
And so is this Is this the one who is hired? Is there any one that is, you know, that Scott would speak to? Scott Seahawk would speak to, please.
Okay, he is our CEO.
What's his phone number and electronic mail address, please?
I give you that information because I don't have that information.
But you do know the name. How did you know the name? How did you get
Yes,
that
I know
name?
his name.
How did you figure that name
I
out?
have his name, but I don't have his phone number
What was the reason why you put the call on
or
hold?
his email
Sure. What was the
because I
reason?
had to look up his name.
Oh, you just found out his name.
Yes.
Do you have like any information on like ascension boards where, you know, they will oversee any sort of situations, or any other departments that would, if I wanted to make a specific complaint, or is this the exact individual that I would talk to, Scott
Oh,
Seahawk?
okay. So we do have a patient relations online that you can make a write to. You want me to look that up for you?
Is that what if someone is seeing a physician there, but they're not technically a patient?
What if somebody is seeing a physician but not technically a patient?
Yeah.
But if you're seeing a physician, you would be their patient.
Oh, that's what you find there.
Right?
Okay. That's not appropriate information. If it were, then I would not have asked you that question, I believe. So
No, but if you see
what if
you see
someone
a
has something to
doctor,
say who is not a patient?
oh, okay. So you can use the Ascension. Ascension has a feedback line that you can call. I'm looking at information up for you right now.
So that would mean you have no boards of directors or anything like that.
I'm sure that they have a board of directors, but to make like for patient inquiries, I can find you a site
For
that
what?
you can make your patient inquiry at.
But that's not what I asked you. That's not what I said I wanted to do. And I specifically did urge that I did not want that.
Okay. So, is there anything else that I can help you
I called today because I would like to speak to a physician. I understand that you would transfer the call to a nurse. I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and I would like to talk to whoever the call would be transferred to, so that I can get my message through here today.
Okay, so did you want to speak to a triage nurse?
When?
Right now?
Did I? You said, did I? You said did. So how are you using did?
Ms. Davis, can I just transfer
What's
you
up?
over to
Do you
speak
want to
to
take
a
it?
triage?
No. Listen, I did not say anything inappropriate, and I never told you I'm Miss Davis. I said my name is Jasmine Renee Davis.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for making that assumption.
No. But
Can
the
I call you
problem
Jasmine?
is, no, I said my name is Jasmine Renee Davis, and I don't know if you are in the business to want to provoke some information here, but I am very well capable to take it any which way that you all definitely have a service there for. Okay. And if you don't, then I'll be happy to understand how this conversation would take a turn for something that you have no qualifications of, and you are showing that you're trying to make it seem like perhaps I have a lack of therein, but I do not. Now, I have talked to you appropriately this whole time. Okay. And I have been more, and I'm trying to be as generous as I possibly can, not because of you, but because of my son. There are so many that fear you all. There's so many that fear you all because of the power. And I understand the way that anything can get written in a system, and when it gets written in the system, then that will alter someone's life. It would change their whole life, including insurance, including relationships, including their sexuality, including their education, including their social structure, including their employment, including any orientation possibly known to man, God, or anyone else. So I am very careful, but I do not appreciate you trying to make it as if I do not have a valid reason for my call today, and I'm trying to get into the
I
reason.
apologize, ma'am. I didn't mean to sound that way. I do apologize.
Why would you apologize for something that you did not do?
No, if you felt like if I made you feel that way, then I do apologize for that. I didn't mean to make you feel that way that you just did it to me.
I did not tell you my feelings, but how are you in the business of apologizing for something that you did not do? This is not reassuring to know that I have a son there that is going through a tremendous amount of others controlling who he is. And it's so many individuals that are having their hands in what he's being seen through right now. And I am here to make sure that I understand you all's true purpose, because I have a long road ahead of me about my son and how things are. Okay. And so I understand that I can ask these sorts of questions at any time. This is why you are there. The information that I'm going to say to you, I don't know where it's going, and I do not appreciate that. However, there's no other way that I can get through to my call unless I tell you specifically, and I have said this more than one time today.
Okay. How can I help you right now?
Can you tell me what help means, please?
No, I'm asking you, how can I help you? How can I get the help that you need right now?
How can I tell you, how can you help me if you're not telling me what help means?
How can I help you? That's the only thing I can tell you right now. My question right now is,
what would help look like to you? What would help look like to you? Well, how can you help yourself?
I can either have you transfer you to speak to one of my nurses. That's a venue of help. Or I can get you the information where you can speak to our customer. I can get you the number you can speak to our customer relations department in the morning, or I can see if we're on the Ascension site that you can, email, your questions to our customer relations department.
How is that help? What
can I do to help?
That's not help. That's not help. I would like to speak to a triage nurse, please.
Okay. All right. I'll get you over to the triage nurse,
The
okay?
call. Is there any
And I
information
really
that you
hope
would like to ask me?
No, I'm just gonna have you speak to one of my nurses.
And so what if the call does not connect properly?
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the queue. You just wait in the queue till one of my triage nurses picks up your phone call, okay?
Oh, much understood. And it's damn
And I
sure Bogus said it's damn near an assumption. And I don't appreciate that for someone who really gets to control a lot of information about someone. I'm not in this with you.
So you don't want me to transfer
I
you
would
over
like you
to
to transfer
our
the
triage
information,
nurse?
but you decided not to answer my question when I asked you what happens if the phone call is not connected properly.
I'm gonna be on the line until it connects over.
Thank you for this call today. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I look forward to you transferring the call over, please.
Okay, all right. And I hope your son gets better, okay? Hold on.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna put you on a brief hold while I get you over to one of my nurses, okay? Hold on now.
I would like to speak to just a nurse. I don't know about your care or what you do.
Hold on now. Okay.
So I cannot work with a cinch for Ascension, not even close. I would appreciate if you put the call on hold. You're not welcome to put me on hold, but you can't put the call on hold, please. Understand, I know what I'm saying, and this is serious enough.
Okay, hold on now.
Nice stressful. Almost got kicked out today. What the fuck? Where this shit goes, bro? The fuck did I got to do to anybody? I've been great. The fuck? Motherfuckers just walk up to me and picking on me all around this bitch. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Bitch, you walking up to me talking that tall shit. The fuck? Oh fuck. I can't worry about the show. I got too much to do. But I'm not sleeping. Can't even do that. I didn't ask to come in this room. I'm not trying to move into this room. I was asked to come into this room. I was asked to move move plants, move other stuff. Put my phone in here. They got that off the side. I got going on over here. Come in here and make sure shit is me. I make sure. It just ain't good enough. This is somebody else's house and they have a way of they doing things. And I have learned that I'm not going to be the entertainment. Strictly from the origin or anywhere. And the way that I was treated today is highly inappropriate. And the way that my son walked straight up to me, where, he's like, hey, mom. Basically, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't explain it because he didn't say any words. He has an interest in me. And it's terrible that it's like it's being competed for. And this is not the situation that I have to accept. I am not about to sit here and be blamed because someone else has made a mistake where they find out that I'm a super Jasmine Renee Davis and they are blaming me. No, you blame yourself because many days growing up, I have asked you to be careful about the things that you do, about the things that is said, and you continue to this day, to today, this very day, to lie and say that I have been unstable in this house, to say that I have been attacking you in this fucking house. They are up to something. Nobody just says shit like that and knowing the fuck it ain't really happened. Shit, without a motherfucker having some stupid ass shit going on, man. I'm not dealing with it. I cannot. I have to lightly work my way through this house. So that means sometimes I might have to talk to somebody I don't want to talk to. And some shit may be laughable like a motherfucker, but that do not mean that I am engaging with anyone. There is a difference. And the way that I have been treated with them, just only 40, not even 48 hours, is tremendous. And if I wanted to be mentally ill, I have every reason to be mentally ill, and nobody can say shit about me whatsoever. They can't do shit. What is wrong with being mentally ill? The only matter is what's wrong with being mentally ill is that the wrong motherfuckers are in my face and they're crime ring. And motherfuckers trying to now cover their self. I'm not trying to let anybody judge me. I don't want to have fun though. And who you telling to have? What are you saying? Who to have fun? Because I know the definition of fun and I don't want to be fake. I don't want to scam them or I don't want to misinterpret things. I'm getting an education and I'm learning for real. I'm learning the real words and I'm happy to. I'm not trying to let them judge me. It's more than them judging me. I don't have any control over what they're doing.
Okay, hello?
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Hello?
No, I'm Jasmine
Hi,
Renee
thank you
Davis.
for holding. Thank you for
I don't
holding.
know how to
I'm
answer
trying to
that
get
question,
you.
but salutations.
I thank you for holding. I'm trying to get you to one of our triage nurses, but there is a long wait tonight. There's like a longer than normal wait tonight. Is it possible for me to just put you in that nurse queue and then you wait until one of our triage nurses comes to the phone?
What do you mean by it's a long wait?
It's a longer than normal wait tonight. Speak to one of our nurses. So I'm asking you if it's okay for me to put you in that nurse queue and you just stay on the queue until one of our nurses picks up your phone call.
So are you asking me to like keep watch or something?
No, I'm just asking you, I'm going to put you in a nurse queue. You just hold on your phone, and one of our nurses will pick up your call as soon as they can. Is that okay?
Because usually the word wait means to watch or to keep watch or to guard, but I understand that you might have a different language, so that's why I'm asking you. Can you tell me where you're coming from? Like to observe, to spy, or
No, so it's just to wait, meaning just like how like you wait in line.
So like
I'm putting you in a queue so that you can wait in line for one of our nurses.
Would that be more in a shift in meaning that happened like over the 14th and 15th centuries would probably be staying in expectation, or would it be delaying in action? Because I would like to know which one.
I'm I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me, but
Are you asking me to hold a phone call?
yes, hold the phone call. There you go.
I'm here. I can do that. I just didn't understand why it was a
All
long
right.
wait. Like, is there any other information that was said or provided as far, or told to you rather?
No, it's just a longer wait tonight. Okay, so let me get you in that line so that you'll be ready when when one of our nurses is available.
I'm
Okay.
happy to hold the phone and talk.
All right. Thank you. Okay, hold on now.
I hope I get better. Like how? Better what?
Thank you for calling Ascension Nurse Triage. My name is Gretchen. I'm one of the nurses. How can I help you?
Gretchen, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Can you tell me what help means? What do you mean when you say, how can you help me?
How can you help me?
You want me to help you?
No, no, no. What is your first name? I'm going to get you looked up in the computer here.
Oh, what you want to know about look me up in the computer for?
Are you calling for some advice?
I would like to get some messages in to bring some stuff to some attention, to start bringing some attention through and kind of learn more about what you all do there at Ascension at all times. But you had just asked me.
Usually I look the patient up in the chart. Can I have your first name and your date of birth?
Oh, I would like to keep my information for myself. But one important thing, Gretchen, you had said that, how could you help me? And I was just asking what do you mean by help so I can answer your question appropriately.
Well, when you call us, you usually need a medical advice. So that's what we're here for.
So is the reason why you chose to say help instead of what medical advice am I looking for?
Right. What medical advice are you looking for?
I wouldn't actually, I don't know what you mean by medical advice though.
This line is for if someone's sick, they are wondering if they should go over to the emergency room or if they should see the doctor in the morning. So that's what we're here for.
Okay, so medical advice would perhaps be like a formal or personalized professional opinion given by a licensed healthcare provider regarding specific what to do to manage. Um, but what I would actually like to do is start the conversation, and I will to continue it and to just bring some information and to try to see what can be said from different point of views, and also what can be done, um, and how it would be done. Um, and so one thing about me is, and I appreciate about this about myself, is I don't just accept words just to hear them. I actually like to read into the word to understand the origin of the word and specifications of the word. And so that will perhaps be something like a linguistics or the etymology of the word. And so not everyone would appreciate that, but I'm believing that I'm talking to a professional, and I'm not a nurse. I don't have a nursing degree. However, I can appreciate how serious um, some will have to go through to become. Now, I don't know how you became a nurse, and that is important to me. However, I believe that it should be understood if I say, hey, can you define help? And then all I would ask is that you tell me immediately, hey, maybe help is the act of providing assistance, support, or resources, not to say, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just, whatever, And then that way, when a question is asked, when I ask a question, it concerns me that instead of me getting the answer that I believe that if I can articulate, then I would prefer for my son to have to be around those that are in the medical field that can process even that much information, because you all have to do things like read and make determinations and, yes, give advice if that is the thing. But there are different diagnoses that have been improperly made. Like, my son's name is Tyrell Edward Morris, date of birth December 28, 2011, Gretchen. And I am Jasmine Renee Davis.
Jasmine? And what is your date of birth, Jasmine?
Why you need to know my date of birth?
Because, well, I don't know if you understand, this is a medical line, so I have to take calls from people that are sick and wanting to know whether they need to go into the emergency room or see the doctor in the morning, that kind of thing. So if you have a medical question for me, I can answer that. We usually pull up the patient in the computer system. That's why I'm asking your date of birth.
But I told you my son's date of birth.
You're calling about your son? Is your son ill?
Why does he have to be sick for me to be able to call you?
Because this is a health line.
Can you explain that?
Yes. People call with health questions, wondering if they need to go to the emergency room.
Can you define health so I can understand?
If someone broke an arm, has a burn, anything like that, doesn't feel well, vomiting, diarrhea, whatever it may be, if they have a health concern, that's what this line is for. That's why they call us.
I asked you about what do you define as health, so I can make sure that I did call the appropriate place, which I know I did, but I'm trying to understand if something has changed here or not.
Yeah, this is a health line. If you have a health emergency or if you have health questions, then I can help answer them and send you to the right place.
But the problem is your description of health is a lot different than my description of health, because you said that my son would have to be sick in order for me to call you.
Or have some kind of medical question, correct.
Where do you work?
We work for Ascension.
What is Ascension?
Do you have it's a healthcare facility. We work for Ascension Doctors. The Ascension system in Wisconsin is where we work.
And so do you understand the the conflict here where health means being whole, sound, or well?
Absolutely. Do you have a health question for me?
I had explained to you, but the thing about it is the care part would then kind of be like to prevent health. Do you understand that?
Do you have a primary care doctor you see?
Can you answer my question?
What is your question?
Did you not hear what I said?
This line, I may have people that are having heart attacks or having chest pain. I need to answer those questions for those people.
What does that have to do with me?
It doesn't, but you're talking to me about things that if you don't have a medical question, I should move on to the next patient.
I only answered your question. I know why I'm calling. And you did say that this is a health line, but you said that only someone sick can call. And so I said that's probably where the word care comes in at, which is contradictory. That's all I said. I know why I'm calling, and I have explained already why some of what the reason for my call was. But are you the only one answering the phones?
I am.
So no one else is there answering the phones.
Correct.
And how many patients would you say that Ascension has?
Oh, thousands and thousands. I couldn't even begin to guess.
And are all of those sick?
The ones that call me, yes.
And that could be 1,000?
More than that, I'm sure.
And you're the only one that's answering the calls?
Correct.
Through the whole Wisconsin?
Through Ascension. So the other hospitals would have their own triage line. But for Ascension, yes, I am the only one working right now.
All I ask you about is Ascension. I do not consent for you to involve yourself in any other hospital pertaining to my son, because that would not be your job. Are you a pediatric nurse?
No.
Okay. And so for you to be the only one that would answer more than 1,000 calls, I don't understand how you are, anyone is really healing around there, or what is it that anyone can do? You said that someone could be calling about a heart attack. Why would they? That is not something that you would prefer to happen, would it? A heart attack?
I would not prefer that to happen, but people do call regarding that, wondering what to do.
So are you waiting on someone to call you that is having a heart attack?
I have callers that are in queue. It's called in queue. So that means people are waiting. After I'm done with your call, I'll be taking the next one.
But someone would have questioned why the reason for someone's call is already before they put the call in queue. And you would leave someone on the phone. No, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. And I'm going to ask you to think before you speak. Please. Because is there something that you were about to say? Please say it.
I'm looking for your date of birth, Jasmine, so I can get you pulled up, because I do need to document every call that I take.
I never have to give you my date of birth if I'm calling about my son. And I'm going to tell you that one more time. I'm not telling you my date of birth. So why is it that you keep asking me about my date of birth? And Gretchen, I have already explained to you that it is not for me. So what do you want for me? What you want? What you looking for with my name? I don't have a physician there. I am Jasmine Renee Davis. I do not have you. I'm calling about my son, Tyrell Edward Morris. And I did already say his date of birth. And I know I did. And you should be able to comprehend. You should have been, I don't know where you were, but definitely it sounded like you were on this phone call. And you are telling me
Okay.
that my son has to be sick, and I do not appreciate that. Because doctors can be more than just for sick. But if that is you all are about sick, you all are going to have go somewhere else, because it's too much opportunity to just only be able to just be sick. And if that's what you all are collecting, sick folk around here, that is a problem. And I know that you just said that it's for health. So you are making it seem like I don't understand the reason for my call. And so are you implying that what are you implying? That I would not be able to articulate the reason for my call. And you're assuming and that someone else's call is more valuable or important than mine. And for you to say that someone will be calling you if they were having a heart attack. So a heart attack is something that someone can handle on their own, right?
No, usually not.
Why not? I wouldn't want to lose you during this call now. But I know that you have an answer to what I just asked you.
Do you have a medical question for me, or I do need to move on to the next
I just asked
call?
you a medical question, actually, and you know I did.
Tell me the symptoms your son is having.
No, you said that someone will be on your phone in a queue that could be having a heart attack. But then you also said that they could not handle that on their own. So why would they be calling a triage instead of you guys should have someone from your hospital to go to where they are at, or they should be able to control their symptoms? How can they make it through a heart attack? That's why someone is not being honest.
They cannot make it through a heart attack without medical intervention.
That's what you believe. And how do you support that accusation?
Because most people die if they don't get medical intervention during a heart attack.
That is not true. Because they should already understand what they are going through to be prepared. Because you're not keeping anyone in the hospital when you decide to diagnose them. So they would have to be able to make it on their own. Or do you let them walk out the door without any hopes of ever living for real? Because why would they not call someone to get them to somewhere? Or I don't understand why they would be calling a triage nurse.
We take calls of all kinds, and if people are having chest pain, have shortness of breath, they do call us, and we tell them to call 911, or we tell them to go over to the emergency room, depending on the symptoms they're having.
Those symptoms can be just a sign of eating beans.
They can absolutely be signs of other things. But that's why we want them to go in to find out for sure if it really is a heart attack or if it is something else.
How could they go in if they couldn't make it? And if you're so maybe they'll be scared to death. If anything else, from what you're telling them that they're dying, they probably wouldn't be.
We don't tell them that they're dying because they may not die. But I'm telling you, usually medical intervention is part of the protocol.
Someone should be able to be educated to learn how to care for themselves during some kind of issue. No one should have to get diagnosed with something that will give them such a drastic alteration in their life, which would rely on their fate or their demise. And that's where I'm reaching my question to you, where I'm calling about something very serious about my son. And I've been trying to work past you all's institutional insufficiencies or sufficiencies here. And a lot of things that you're saying, I'm strongly questioning here. And I am evaluating this situation heavily because I have not.
What are your son's symptoms? You have not told me any symptoms that he's having.
Did you pull up the file there?
No, I did not pull up the file. I don't have a name. I don't have a birth date.
I don't
I
know
have
what
nothing
you
to
said. Your
pull up.
name is Gretchen.
No, I'm talking about your son's.
What is your name? What is your name?
My name is Gretchen.
Gretchen who?
Gretchen.
Okay, Gretchen. I did tell you my son name is Tyrell Edward Morris. Date of birth December 20th.
Tyrone, Tyrone. Tyrone.
Is that what you heard me say? Because I did not say Tyrone. I didn't even get close to saying Tyrone. What's the problem?
Jasmine,
I'm
going
Jasmine.
to have to end this call.
I would advise
I'm
you
going to
not to. I would advise you not to. I'm not going to keep doing this. You are going to take this call and you are going to be appropriate right now and honor your duty.
And you're going to spell your son's name. So
And
I
you
can
are
look
not
him
here
up
to
in the
boss
file.
me. And I did, and you didn't ever ask me to spell his name. Do you understand that? And I'm not going to tolerate this mess that you all are putting me through because it is highly inappropriate.
And
You do not give me instructions. How is it inappropriate? Please tell me so that I can make sure that I align to proper procedures here. How is this phone call inappropriate? How is this phone call inappropriate? How is the phone call inappropriate, please?
This is a health line. I'm here to answer health questions. You have not asked me one yet.
Are you standing on that? Because I actually only replied to what you said, but I said Tyrone. I should not have to keep repeating myself. If there was a problem that you are advocating so deeply for, who knows what be happening now, as long as I've been going through this over and over to try to get past you all in your alter egos and everything else that what you have. And now you're insulting me and trying to measure and weigh my intelligence and my integrity for even calling. You said that it's about health. How long have you been working at Ascension?
A long time.
And so you've been doing this for a long time, doing phone calls, handling phone calls this way? What do you expect out of a call?
I expect to get the answers that I ask to help the patient with whatever medical emergency they're having.
Is it have to be a medical emergency to call your phone number? And that's what I'm asking you. And I've asked it already. I am active on this phone. And I would like to answer.
If you have a medical question, I am waiting to hear it.
I asked you, does it have to be a medical emergency? And you did not answer me. And I believe you did that with full awareness and intention. Please just answer the question.
It does not have to be a medical emergency. Any medical questions is what we take.
So why are you forcing me into an emergency?
I'm not forcing you into any medical emergency. It's been 20 minutes now. It obviously is not an emergency, or we would have been done with this call a long time ago.
That's not accurate information either. You are giving horrible advice. Terrible.
Do you have a medical question for me?
I want you to verify to me, please, Gretchen, because you have told me that the only way I could talk to you if it's in a medical emergency. And then you just said that it's not so.
A medical question is what I asked you. If you had a medical question for me.
Who said medical emergency? Where did that come from?
I do take medical emergencies. Absolutely, I do.
But why did you tell me that I would have to talk to you about a medical emergency? You said that's what your phone is for. This call is for, and you're the only one there. No one else is there to
No,
answer any
medical
calls.
question.
You
A
said
medical question is
emergency.
well, okay, whatever you want to say. If that's what right, then I have to move on to the next call.
But I have not addressed my issue because I can't get past you doing your thing. What about me?
I'm sitting here waiting for a question for the last 20 minutes, and you refuse to give me one.
Is there a time limit? I did not refuse. You said who did? You said I refuse to do what? You're telling me that I can't even ask. You have talked to me and told me that, hey, this phone is for health questions. I said, okay, great. Health is for being whole, sound, and well. But at first you said it was only for sick. So I'm not understanding. You keep saying this. So what I believe that you are showing me is a great deal of disparity within the system that deals with a great deal of discrimination or something. And I don't want to take it there, but I would like to enlighten you of the things that you have been doing on the phone. And maybe you don't realize that you're doing them, but I really believe that you do, because that's who you are, and that's probably but there are someone who may go by the law. Now me, I can talk to you in general conversation and not blame you, but there are a lot of rules as far as ethics, as far as compliance, quality, all kinds of stuff that you have been in pure violation of right now. And I just want to talk to you about my son so that a doctor can call me, a physician. And you have decided to tell me, is there a time limit that I can talk to you on the phone? So I just ask you to tell me the rules, and you won't. And I would like you to. You have told me that that I'm just not getting your messages properly. And I know that I heard everything that you said. So can you tell me what the amount of time and the procedures of the phone calls to you, how they're supposed to go, so I can know whether or not this is the proper phone line to ever call again, please? Because what I'm not going to do is be stupid.
There is no phone time limit. We are here to help people. We pull them up in a triage form. I ask questions, you answer questions. We get to where you should take him over to the emergency room, or if he should see the doctor tomorrow or within the next 3 days. I have nothing pulled up. I don't know the patient's name. I don't know the patient's birthday. I don't know what symptoms the patient has. I don't know anything about the patient. And that's what our job is to triage the patient.
I don't exactly know what triage means. Can you tell me what triage means?
I sure can. That means that I rank it on whether he needs to call 911 or see the emergency room, talk with the doctor, see the doctor in the office tomorrow. We put everything in perspective as far as when the patient should be seen, whether it's right now if it's emergent, or whether it can wait till tomorrow during a doctor visit.
Would you say that triage would mean to sort, to pick, or to choose?
Correct. To sort, absolutely.
Okay, and so what I would ask you now is that if someone does not have a medical emergency, however, I would like to structure a call in a way that I can talk to you about some information that I would not like to wait. And this is about me calling concerned about my son, not my son being he's not sick at all. But there is some things that have been affecting him, and I believe that this has been a contributing factor into a lot of the ways that he is seen even in school. My son's name is spelled TYRELLEDWARDMORRIS. I would like to get an understanding of what you are about so that I can understand how to approach the conversation now or at any time.
May I have the patient's date of birth, please?
I definitely can tell you that it's a happy birthday that he probably would appreciate keeping for himself, but it's December 28th, 2011.
All right, now I can get him looked up. Thank you for that information.
I would appreciate it would just be, as professional as possible, please. And then if you could just tell me where you're coming from so I know how to approach the situation accordingly.
Does he have an Ascension doctor that you know of?
What do you mean? Did you find his name? Can you spell the name that you have there?
I just write down the first three letters because then I can put it in and it pops up. TYER. Date of birth 12/28 of 2011.
Did you how are you, can you explain to me the region of those, the way that you formulated those letters, please, and what that means?
I don't understand your question. I'm just trying to pull him up in. If he's not an Ascension patient, he will not be in our system. Do you live in Wisconsin?
Oh my! I live everywhere I am. I'm a living being, and I want to make sure you all know that my son is. And this is not about end of life treatment. This is to make sure that you all understand that it is not. And I just asked you, why did you choose to pull letters from different places of his name? That's all I asked. There has to be a reason.
I thought that's what I heard you say. TYE.
But I didn't say it specific. That's why you said that you used 3 letters of his name.
Will you please spell his name again, his first name?
I'm going to tell you the letters in his name. And I would appreciate if you would do all that you can at work, because you are at work. So you should come to work prepared to actually work. Because at the time I am seeing that this is showing a large amount of gross misconduct.
Can you tell me if the patient is in Wisconsin?
That is not your concern where he is at. Why did you ask me his location?
Because we triage for Wisconsin. We do not triage outside of Wisconsin. We triage for Ascension patients, Ascension Hospital. We work for Ascension. So I'm asking if he's in Wisconsin, because that's who we triage for, is Wisconsin.
My problem is what does that have to do with you explaining the way that you have articulated the spelling of my son's name? And you have kind of misspelled his name or said something in 2 different ways on 2 different occasions, which would show that I would now wonder about the way that you are handled this call and the reason in your approach, especially how you keep repeating Ascension as if I am lacking my integrity. So now, are you questioning my competence, or is it yours as is to be in question? Because I really want to handle this call, and I have did everything appropriate. I did everything appropriate, and I asked you not to call me Jasmine. What is the problem?
I'm going to end this call.
And if you end the call, you might as well just understand that this is highly inappropriate. I told you my son's spelling of the name, and you were not competent to handle that, and you are refusing to accept that and continue on. So how do you have any place working in the hospital at 1:47 a.m.? You understand that in Wisconsin on Wednesday, August 5th, 2026. If this is not exciting enough for you, I understand. But I did not make any errors or mistake, and you are punishing me and in a call for your own situation, and that is highly inappropriate and unethical. Do you work up under a license? Because my son's name is spelled Tyrell. And for you to ask me his name and only use 3 letters to give you access to others' charts that have nothing to do with this call, or for whatever reason, I question that, because I spelled out TYRELLEDWARDMORRLIS. And not only did I do that, I asked you to not just call me Jasmine, because that is not my name. My name is Jasmine Renee Davis. Tyrell's date of birth, Tyrell Edward Morris, his date of birth is December 28th, 2011. Please pull up his information and begin to do your actual job. Do you have a supervisor or anyone else there, just in case you find that you refuse to do your job? And that means you are committing defraud, meaning you are getting paid money and you are refusing to do your job. And that is a federal crime, which will lead to a felony. And I am prepared to press the envelope and make sure that you receive a felony, because you have given me enough evidence that you have committed a felony and that you are very happy and comfortable with doing this. And the felony would be just as pure as gross misconduct and professional misconduct. I do not appreciate you abusing me on this call, and abusing the phone call, and abusing Ascension.
You are the abuser.
I am the abuser?
I found him on.
You said I'm the abuser? You said I'm the abuser?
You're talking to me. You are talking to me in a very harsh tone. I am trying to help you, and you're not allowing me to.
What is that harsh tone? How did you assume that it's a harsh tone? Did I ever
Is that correct?
Did I ever tell you that I was talking to you harsh?
No, you don't have to tell me that. I know. I can hear you.
So
I'm asking
by the tone,
questions.
so you can just, how did you assume? What did I say? What part did you, can you tell me what harsh means, please? What does harsh mean?
You're talking in a condescending manner.
Condescending? What is condescending?
You need to look the word up.
No, you're saying it. You don't need to say stuff to me that you cannot pronounce.
I pronounced it just fine. And I said I found your son on Buchanan Street in Racine. Would that be correct?
You said that, but I just want to understand. You said that I'm being condescending?
Absolutely.
And what does that
treating
mean?
Me lower than low.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Why would why would I have to do that? And no, I'm not. And you're not going to tell me that. See, what your problem is, you have sit up on this phone and insulted me various of times, including now. I have not treated you lower than low for any reason. I have not treated you at all.
I'm asking for information and you refuse to give it to me. I'm asking if he's on Buchanan Street. You refuse to answer the question.
How did you find that I refused to do anything? Did I tell you that I refused to?
Do you have a medical question for me?
You said that I was being condescending and also that I refuse. You said that I am patronizing.
Information I'm asking.
I am not patronizing. I'm not patronizing here.
I'm trying to ask a question. Is your son on Buchanan Street?
The address is, can you ask me that question properly?
Is your son on Buchanan Street?
Why do you need to know my son's location?
To make sure that I'm pulling up the correct file.
He can be wherever he wants to be at. He does not have to be on Buchanan Street just because you have the address there.
And if it's the wrong address, just tell me. I'm asking if Buchanan Street is the correct address.
You asked me where my son is at.
Do you have a medical question for me?
You asked me where my son is at. You did not ask me, is that the correct address?
Yes, that is what I asked.
What did you ask?
Is your son on Buchanan Street? Is that the correct address?
What difference? You did not. I will not get tired.
What is your medical question for tonight or this morning, please?
Have you asked all the questions that you are supposed to ask me and receive the answers to each of them, please? Or are you refusing to do your job?
No, I certainly did not.
Well, please do that. So you have refused to do your job. Can you please ask them? Because you are going to go into another question. And what were you going to put in place of those questions?
I'm not putting anything in place. I'm asking if you have a medical question or concern that I can help you with.
And actually, if I want to be condescending, I very well can be condescending. And actually, I am. I can be way better, smarter, or more important than anybody else. And you may not tell me that I cannot be. But that is not for you to weigh in on me. It is illegal for you to try to measure me. And it is illegal for you to be intimidated and take things very inappropriately and try to do some kind of competition with me. And that is very illegal. That is very illegitimate, and it's unfair that you would take someone, as far as I am concerned, that I am the best thing that ever happened, but that has nothing to do with this phone call. And do you understand that? Where you have insulted me and you have shown me that you deal in death and end-of-life treatment, that I cannot even think greatly of myself. And I do not have to be a people or a person. And I am not.
Do you have a medical question for me?
First of all, I'm going to ask you very much a medical question. How is it that you find working in the place that you are working, that you were able to speak to me and even bring that out of yourself, to even talk to me the way that you have been talking to me? And I'm calling about my baby. And I have been going through this, making sure I am very thorough to understand every single piece of information that you have for me. You have accused me multiple times and told me how I am and told me that I'm treating you lower than low. If I have to get to the bottom of things, then that's what I'm going to do. And if it's your job, then you should understand that. Do you only work with pediatrics?
I do not.
What do you mean you do not?
I do not just work with pediatrics.
Okay, so there can be anything coming your way, and you cannot talk to someone the way that you have a specific way that you talk as a nurse. Do you not want to talk to me as you are a nurse? I didn't call your home phone. I called your work phone. You are at work. Portraying yourself as a nurse. That is a universal profession that is supposed to be consistent throughout every area. And right now you have shown me that you are intimidated by someone who can talk for myself. And well, you have also told me, and you can ask, and yes, yep, I sure do. And but I'm going to also address this so that it won't get in the way. because this has been a
Please
huge
tell me your medical
consequence.
concerns.
I am, but I'm when I get there. But I'm going to ask you the reason why you find that you are being so inappropriate on this phone call. I have asked you not to call me Jasmine, but you still did that. You have accused me of refusing to do things that I am so happy to do. I know that, and you heard me talk to you and tried to talk to you. You have told me that you have others in queue and that you're the only one in there, and you are still consistently choosing to find a way to take this amongst yourself and make this a you problem and not an Ascension problem. And I would like to ask you, why is that? And what happened along this phone call so that I can make sure that I am making sure I can handle this properly and be more reliable. Because now what I don't appreciate is you doing this over my son's name. Because he has to now deal with this complaint or whatever you might got going on. And he is not there to be sick. And I have already explained that. But I believe that you have shown me that there is no place for me or my son to be well at all. And actually, you're not looking for me because I have no right to be what you believe that I can't be or that I am, and that is healthy or of health, because you told me that I was wrong for being condescending, which you interpreted on your own. I am not acting and I have not talked in a way that shows that I think anything, because my thoughts, I have verbalized everything to you. I did not think that I am better or smarter or more important. And then you also are telling me to look up some words, but you're still telling me to hurry up and talk to you. And I asked you, is there a specific amount of time? And you said no. So where is it that you have no compassion for this call? And you are making this very difficult, and I am not your cup of coffee. And you know that you are being highly inappropriate, and that is a problem for me, because I really believe that this is exactly what you're supposed to do. There's just a level of support. What are you doing?
Do you have a medical question I can answer for you?
Do you appreciate the way that you were able to probably express yourself by saying I'm condescending, and you got to say some stuff that had nothing to do with your job to me, but when I want to talk to you and just reply or just to respond to what you said that was very inappropriate. I'm appropriate. This is my call. I'm not at work, but I am not being appropriate to you by responding to you saying something to me. Do you understand that you have broken the law and your duty and your oath? And I'm still talking to you because this is important to me, but I am not going to allow you to just look over this. This is not going to go away easy. And maybe that's what you're looking for. And I understand that, but I do not appreciate for you to pick and choose that I'm going to be the one who you believe is going to be your promotion. That is inappropriate. Your job is to perhaps be non-biased and don't discriminate, but you have chosen to label me. And did you hear that I have already began to explain the reason for my call? Because I did. So can you ask me a question about what I've already asked you, and I can give you the answers, because I did begin to talk about this already, the reason for my call, and I know I did.
Do you have a medical question?
I already started to ask, yes, and I already began to ask you it. And I did, and I know I did. And I've asked you that. And why do you keep asking me the same question over and over? You're steady typing something. And what does it have to do with this call?
I told you that we do document every call that we take. That's why I was asking for your son's name and date of birth.
But I'm hearing you steady type, and that's way longer than his date of birth. So what are you using, some kind of different phonics or what? And I just wonder how you can endure the difficult circumstances here by adding delay or provoking me.
What is
You
the
are
medical
becoming,
question I can answer for
would
you?
it be fair to say that you have become annoyed or anxious or angry toward me on this call?
Not at all. I'm as calm as can be.
So
I would
what?
just like the medical question that you have for me.
So what gave you the impression to tell me that I was being inappropriate to you and treating you lower than low?
You continue to argue with me. You continue to not answer the questions I'm asking. I told you this was a medical health line. If you had any medical questions, you refused to tell me any medical questions. You haven't asked me any medical questions. And I told you that is what this triage line is for. If someone has medical questions, medical problems, and needs advice.
What else did you say? That this was only for medical emergencies, which threw a lot off.
This is for medical questions.
You did say medical
And
emergencies.
I do get a lot of medical emergencies.
No, you try to
But
tell me
people
that.
call- Okay.
But the problem is,
You're
I'm
right.
not arguing with you. I'm not with you. I am not your peer. I'm not your coworker, but I can't argue. And that is appropriate to argue. I understand. No, you cannot gaslight me. I can't argue. That is the appropriate thing to do. And the problem was inappropriate about it is that I can present reasons and evidence in order to support what I'm calling you about. That's all that argue means. And you said one more thing that showed me that you are trying to give me end of life treatments, or you are putting an indictment being highly inappropriate on this phone, which will lead to a level of potential contribution to what? Genocide to my son or me, or both? Or some kind of retaliation, or now he's not, it's going to prevent me from coming there and actually being able to hold my head up high? Or now I'm going to have a shadow of a doubt over me? Because I know if you're saying this stuff, yes. And I asked you, and I told you, I said there are some things that I would like to talk to you about. Okay? That cannot wait. My son, yes. Okay. And I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to ask you to repeat what I said back to me.
You don't need to yell at me.
I'm not yelling at you yet. But don't tell me what I need to do, Gretchen. Please. You are doing too much inappropriate stuff for me. And it's not going to flow with me like that. Because I asked you that, and it is not deserving of anything that is going to help this situation whatsoever. Now, I'm telling you that you are not going to continue to disregard me and who I am. Are you a Christian hospital? Are you a religious? Do you base off of religion?
This is a religion hospital.
And what religion is that?
There is no religion. It is a religious hospital. If you're Lutheran, if you're Catholic, if you're, it doesn't matter. We're all Christians. Anybody can come to our hospital.
You're a Christian hospital.
Yes, we are. Ascension is.
So how is that not a specific religion?
Do you have a medical question?
Yes, I'm asking you right now. So what is your problem?
Asking if the hospital is a religious hospital is not a medical question for your son. You said
Why
you
not?
were calling about your son.
Why is that not for my son?
Do you have a medical question for me?
My son can't understand what kind of place that is and why. My son is not a Christian. I am not a Christian.
You don't have to be Christian to come to our hospital. We accept everyone.
But your beliefs and the way that you are based on Christianity, a specific Christianity, actually.
I'm not going to discuss religion with you. Do you have a
That
question
is your
for me, a
hospital.
medical
I'm not
question?
trying to discuss religion. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from so I can know how to properly ask you the questions.
It has taken an hour and you still haven't asked me a question.
I have, and I have asked you more than one question.
Okay, well, I have to move on to another patient. I have to. There are people waiting to talk to me that have questions.
And I did not, you said I didn't have any questions. Is that true?
I'm asking if you have a question.
I'm sure there is a place for you, and I'm sure that you are a very valued employee there, and I'm sure that you are one of the best for what you do. But I told you, no, I told you that I have some concerns about my son, and I want to see how things are handled at any time, especially that it is also now, I'm going to tell you, it is affecting his education. And if I choose to call at this time, that's because this is the time that I can talk about it best. And I mean that. My son is carrying a lot of different situations. First of all, I want to update my phone number so that you will have the accurate phone number in your system. That 1262-505-7137 number is not the accurate number. And it's also not a home phone number. 1-771-233-9385.
Okay.
Did you change that in the system, or is it just in a note? So if I have to say something, I can tell them exactly what happened.
I will update the phone number.
Is there a reason you can't do it now?
I will do it now. Will you ask your medical question, please?
Oh, I was just making sure that you had updated the phone number.
1-771-233-9385.
And is it changed in the system? Can you send me a confirmation electronic mail confirming the change in the system?
No, I certainly cannot. We do not send any electronics. We can't take pictures. We can't do anything. No, I cannot do that.
So there's nothing that's going to alert that there has been a change to that?
No.
Okay, and so I take note of that so I can move on from that. It's just as simple as that. I don't know you, and I don't know your hospital, but I am about to know it, and I'm going to know it pretty well. And if you refuse that, I just ask you to just get, I don't know what you can do, but I am going to understand, and I am going to speak the language, and I'm going to be heard, and my son is going to be healed. And as a matter of fact, not only is he going to be healed, he is going to get all that he can. I have called you all a month ago about testosterone for my son and to grow his penis. And the doctor, I was told in pediatrics, would call me, if not that day, the next morning. And it has been over a month. Because I believe at the age of 14, his penis should be grown a lot more than what it is. And I have some concerns about testosterone for my son. Now, one reason why I would like to talk to you all again at this hour is because it's a different perspective too. And it's also another group to also be aware and to be held accountable, Gretchen. My son was diagnosed with something, and can you tell me as much information that you can handle on this phone call so that I can be more appropriate, please? I want to make sure that everything that I tell you, and I'm telling you, I am knowledgeable. But I intended to call and talk to you, whoever you are. Because when you talk to that doctor, they can understand exactly what is going on. Because what is going to happen is somebody there is going to have to change. It is not okay the way that this call has went, and it's not okay to diagnose a child to commit and they can't. My son was diagnosed with incontinence. And he is not. And I didn't, just as well as you didn't want to tell me about condescending, I did not know what incontinent mean. And when I finally did, when I came around to learning, where I was able to start to study these things, because I found that I need to know for myself, I realized that you all have not been trustworthy. My son is not, his organs are not failing. So because of the diagnosis and because of what I have said to others, because it was just like, hey, he's not ready to really, he wears a diaper, but he gets up and he wears it. But usually sometime, and I know when he is urinating, and I was having to be away from him for a while, but I see when he is urinating, and I've been with my baby. He pulls the diaper aside, and then if he has a bowel movement or something like that, it's different reasons why he's like that. It could be anything, but his organs are not failing. And he is not having like some uncontrollable urge, like when he's urinating and stuff. That is not who he is. He was improperly diagnosed. But not only that, the doctor's office is refusing to return my call. And I'm not sure if they're going through the same thing that happened previously by not even returning a call from whoever is shipping out the diapers through JB Medical or whatever the situation is. I tried to schedule well child visits for my son, and I do not know how to accept this phone call today and to say that you all prefer for him to be sick, but he is not, and he ain't. I have to understand, how can I get through, because that office is not allowing me to get my information through. There has been a strong competition that I am, trying to figure out. There is a conflict of interest between parents in this situation. Okay. And I understand incontinence is an accidental loss of bladder or bowel control, resulting in unintentional passing of urine or stool. And it ranges from small occasional when coughing or sneezing to a sudden strong urge that cannot be managed. Okay. And that is because of weak pelvic floor or just, a lot of different issues that my son just does not have. He was not given the opportunity because Dr. Now went and retired. Okay. And he can, but the thing, he did not clean up his mess before he left. And you all cannot continue to just change the name of your hospital and believe that everything's going to be okay anymore around here. are ruining lives for no reason. This happened almost 10 years ago. And it has not been corrected yet. You are not doing the work. There has been inappropriate reports that have been made. And I wonder, is it a contribution to unfair competition and longstanding contests? Or I couldn't quite tell you exactly what it would be. But I would have you to know that I would like to bring it to the attention more group of nurses and physicians than I have had any access to at any other time. And the reason for that is because you may understand how important it is that you all work together instead of everyone is doing something differently. If you are a physician,
may I ask you a few questions?
I would hope that you can. I'll be happy that you would ask me anything. And I would have any answer, whether it just be a no.
Does the incontinence happen just during the day, or does it happen at night too?
What do you mean, the incontinence?
You said he had incontinence.
I said that he does not have incontinence, but he was wrong. He was inappropriately diagnosed with that. And I was told.
Oh, but okay.
He was, okay, so when he was about 3 or 4, okay, he just wasn't ready, or maybe, the laboratories or whatever may not be appropriate. Maybe, sometimes someone anything can happen where, hey, I'm drinking. He drinks so much. He drinks. Okay. And so he hydrates, and, hey, it may come or anything. And it's like, okay, I don't know the reason, but can you explain to me what you believe incontinence is?
When wedding occurs, sometimes at nighttime, sometimes during the day, sometimes it's uncontrolled. The child has no control over it, and they have bedwetting, or they can have wetting during the day. Unable to control urine flow is how I would say incontinence is.
But I don't really get that though. Like, how can someone not control their urine flow? I just don't understand that.
Some people just can't. They don't have an urge to urinate. It just kind of comes out, and they have no control to stop it. And sometimes that leads to bedwetting, and sometimes that leads to having to wear a pull-up or something like that to catch that urine, because they aren't able to control the start and stop of the urine.
But that's not where he is. Like a baby, like a newborn baby, they would know when they have to. One thing you all do is put a newborn right on a diaper, like not the toilet or anything. Like, I don't know why you do that. What are you saying, please?
I'm just going to say, obviously a newborn, cannot control their urine. That's why they do wear the diaper. But there are studies out there where people are potty training week-old infants, several weeks old, and they're trying to potty train them. But that's beside the point. So I do have a call in high queue. Do you mind if I would give you a call back right away?
You can call me, because I was just wondering if a newborn is incontinent. Would you call a newborn incontinent?
Yes. most of them are. I mean, people, like I said, are training them, trying to toilet train them now. But yes, babies are incontinent. They're unable to control the urine flow, so that's why they wear a diaper.
I would not agree with you, but I would appreciate a call back, please.
Sure. I'll call you as soon as I'm done with this call.
You can make sure you call me. I'm here. I appreciate the information.
I'll call you back.
I'm Jasmine Renee
Absolutely.
Davis. This is the problem here. That is not true. How can anybody determine that a baby cannot control their urine when they have not asked them? Where anybody would know, hey, I feel this. Why would you need to control? Why wouldn't you not be able to just urinate? A lot of information is being supported because this is how they are getting their things. What do you mean I have lost it? What are you saying? I lost what? See, whoever you are, I don't care. I know exactly what I'm doing. I lost what? What tell me what it is? See, I believe that these type of things that come to me, you'll say something like, oh, I don't have to have a mind. I don't have to have a mind. Why would you say that I lost my mind? Do you understand that sometimes that's something that happens to someone? Get help for what? Get help for what? Get help for what? Get help for what? What is the reason that I would need help for? I was able to handle myself appropriately throughout that whole call. For 3 hours, I've been going through this. And I've been able to keep my phone charged. I have been able to do the best that I can do to properly articulate can you support what you're saying? What do you mean by that? Don't tell me what I can and cannot do, but why would you say that I cannot do that? I'm interested in knowing what you're saying. Someone is writing here, it says, you can't make coherent thoughts or statements. What does that mean? Someone says, this feels personal. It's not, it's a really serious thing, and I'm not asking for blessings for my son. I can't. Why? Why would you say that I can't? I'm interested in knowing, since you find that you can say this to me, then what is the problem? Why do I have to be and lost my mind? How come I cannot be learning? Because a lot of times I shouldn't have to, these type of situations are way more advanced than people are being pushed into by design so that I would fail. Because as I have shown, I had to work very hard to keep up in conversation. I had to work very hard to to do the best that I could do for myself and speak up for myself to make sure that I was appropriate the whole time. There is a lot of things that I can do, but how would you know? And it's a reason for that. But it's not that I can't do, it's maybe that, it could be anything. Why do you say that? Why? You're saying stuff, but why? Explain it. Tell your story. This is important to me. It's not right for me where you telling me how stupid someone else is, and you're leaving me questioning and in doubt because this is entertainment to you. This feels good for you to come wherever you are and see me, and I don't know who you are, to see you. You think that feels good to me? Where I have to do stuff like this so that I can breathe? This is real. In just a couple hours, my son is going to be awake. And I'm going to have to leave. And I didn't do anything wrong. But this is the instability that I have to go through. I try to talk. I try to do everything that I can to make this a healthy environment. But so many are stuck in not being healthy. And they are harmful. And my son does not have to be another sick individual. And that's what they are forcing him to be, to make them comfortable, to accept them, to make me look ugly and them to not be ugly. And so they rather tell me to leave. I was just confronted. And it was sad that I have been attacking them, her, all week. I'm not freaking out. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I'm going to just ask you one thing. Please find someone else to talk to. Whoever you are, I'm not just freaking out. I don't know what the fuck freaking out mean. What the fuck does freaking out mean? I'm not gonna calm down. My son is not a motherfucking insurance check. I don't even have any motherfucking life insurance on my son. I can't even pay for him a decent education because of his fucking diagnosis is a mental health disability, and these motherfuckers put all kind of shit on his neck. If I wanted to have a relationship with somebody to pay for a decent motherfucking education through life insurance, I couldn't even do that for my baby. So I don't know what you're talking about. What you mean what even happened? What even happened when? I don't even know you. I don't even know who you are. I don't even know what the fuck you about. But this shit is deeper than the fuck motherfuckers gonna see. And it's time somebody wake up and get some. Not a piece of the motherfucking pie. All your pie. Motherfuckers sitting there here and believe dumb shit like, oh, you can't have your cake and eat it too. This is what they tell a motherfucker out here. And some believe that shit. I said my son is not a check. What I'm saying is I am not going to allow them to mistreat Tyrell. Tyrell can be brilliant. Tyrell has what it takes to get the best care that he can get from that hospital. And they have more than end-of-life treatment. And that one, whoever that was, just flew over the fucking phone. That's what they are expecting from me. If I don't speak up, that is all they will leave it at. And this is what I deal with every motherfucking day. And although it is raining outside, in the morning when somebody decides to get up, I'm going to have to go outside because Divine Davis came her ass in here because she said that my so-called mom texted her and told her that I cut up here today. She keeps having Divine motherfucking ass fight me. She's messy as hell. And something ain't right about this shit. And I do not want my son growing up like that. So Divine busts in this room, standing over me. And start, oh, what you about to record? What you about to record? Yeah, I think you should record. What you about to record? What you about to record? So I say, oh, I'm about to record this because I don't know what the fuck is about to happen. Because I was surprised, shocked. I didn't even do shit to. I have barely been talking to motherfucker Divine. Something ain't right about this shit. These motherfuckers tripping. I am not on drugs. I am not mentally ill. I have been the one that have been cleaning, doing the best. It's not easy being around this shit. I should be able to not have to deal with all this stuff. Tyrell is living his life. He don't have to have all this shit going on with him. He don't have to go to these hospitals and shit for just random ass shit unless they are going to actually make sure that Tyrell is building his will and being extra strong and doing the things that he is supposed to do. Instead of them telling him to go to places that are going to abuse him for a motherfucking check. And they lie. And they have to have a specific diagnosis. They have to have all these different things. All I ask is that the concerns that I have, if they have to be there, this is what they have to be there for. Tyrell is now going to be a scammer. Tyrell is not going to be used to scam. And I want to call and make them aware. That somebody has been inappropriate with my son's name. And it's not fair that he had to be associated with this shit. Because there's a lot of individuals that look at all of this stuff. And I'm not going to be the blame for it. And I'm going to make sure of it. I'm also going to be contacting Racine, Wisconsin District Attorney's Office through email. And I am going to address what I have went through yesterday. And I'm also going to let them know, listen, I don't know what it is, but I just want to bring it to your attention. Because someone is saying that I am abusing them and it keeps ending up. I have to always get out and I always have to leave. And then when they need something, they want to come and buy me a bag of ice or try to give me some money or buy some groceries and all that. I don't have any food to eat other than what I can cook. This bitch trying to starve me. I am menstruating and all kinds of stuff. They just try to attack me and talk about my hair. They are so jealous and hateful of me. I don't do anything wrong to these individuals. But they are trying to get me out of the way for some reason. Somebody literally just told me that they are going to shoot me because I'm homeless. Literally. And then a motherfucker gonna try to say that nobody said that. Bitch, you was right there. Heard the whole thing. Don't lie. But see, a motherfucker would rather sit in my face and tell me that I am lying than to be real about the situation. So when I see that sort of thing, it concerns me and shows me that why do I have to be around this sort of thing? My son is here. And I cannot do anything about it. This bitch has stolen my son. She don't want me to talk to his school. She don't want me to talk to his doctors. This bitch, why? At first it was, she wasn't even telling me really about, she wanted all this shit to happen. How is it why is it that you don't want me to have anything to do with my son's schooling now? What did I do wrong? I have concerns about this. Because everybody decides that their life is more valuable than mine. That they are more important than me. That I cannot get to the real issue. I have to hurry up and go through this thing extra fast so that they can get whatever they want out of the situation. And once again, like someone just said, oh, I've lost my mind. I've gone through all the situation. Because I am not the same as you. So, of course, you're going to find that I can't relate to you. And I understand that. But sometimes it's hard to grow away from those who you are so attached to or well endowed about. When you find something that is worth living for, And the expectation is that you concern yourself with them more than you concern yourself with them, because they're supposed to have that same concern for you, but they don't. I am Jasmine Renee Davis.
Hi, this is Gretchen calling back from Ascension Nurse Triage.
Okay, Ascension. Gretchen, I appreciate you returning the call.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I had to take a few calls that were in my high queue, so I apologize for the interruption.
I just appreciate you returning the call. I understand.
Sure. Okay. And what else can I help with this today? We talked about incontinence. What other questions do you have for me today?
So I also would like to just discuss how I am not, the doctor's office is not responding to me. And I have called many times. Um, they're not properly sending the insurance through, for the prescriptions through. Or I mean, this has been dating back since 2024, at least with this particular doctor. But um, I have concern about that. Whereas my son is not going to um, the proper recommendations are not been happening for my son, and it is a result, I believe, of a way of abuse. And I understand that it might sound very difficult, but I can support everything that I am saying. I don't know how to um convince you or anything like that, but what I would like to do is talk to a doctor to better understand the steps that I can take to really, or a physician rather, um, so that I can address these issues in a professional manner and begin to hold some things accountable and just understand. I'm happy to make sure my son is healing. Now, you had mentioned about incontinence, but you never know if someone feels it. It's just automatic, something that you read, something that you say. No one's ever asking the baby, like, hey, do you have to pee? Do you have to urinate? Do you have to have a bowel movement? It's just automatically assumption. But there's some more deeper, and I have read through about incontinence that comes from a loss of, like perhaps organ issues or failing issues and things like that. And I don't like that, because that's not who my son is. He's not having uncontrollable. He's just sometimes not wanting to go to the bathroom, not wanting to go to the lavatory. That's not incontinent.
So he isn't having accidents um, during the day or at night?
He's intentionally. What are you saying?
I was just saying any urine incontinence where he isn't wetting the bed or he isn't having accidents during the day. Is that right?
He's using it when he wants to.
Okay.
He has literally gotten up and walked into the lavatory and urinated. When he knows that every day he has about 2 or 3 bowel movements every day. And what he does is he likes to bend over some. And if you all would address this, he can get the proper things that he needs. If they want to make him be medically sound, then he should get the proper diagnosis so he can get the proper tools, and the things that he should have. But he was bent over, like, and lean onto a chair and like kind of get on his knees, and he would have a bowel movement. And he will have a bowel movement in the pull on in the diaper, whether it be a Presto or Prevail. And then he would take the bowel movement out of the brief, of the pull on the diaper, and he would flush it down the toilet. He would wipe the toilet clean. He would make sure everything, and then he would sit there very meticulously and so neatly and wash his hands and try to get it all off and try to clean himself. But sometimes he just, wants to keep on that diaper, or he changes the diaper. He wants to have a clean diaper on, and he might put two of them on and take one off. He's very interested in his body. And he's like I said, sometimes he's a little bit on. He's actually starting to get a little better, I believe, at not just only when he goes, he knows that he's about to urinate, and he says it sometimes. Tyrell is not incontinent. It's just that I don't know, he's just not ready to use the lavatory all the time for whatever reason, whether that be, hey, I don't want to, get my pants wet. That, because I'm telling you, I have a problem where someone is complaining that he's changing his clothes 3 and 4 times a day. But Tyrell is not going to sit there with wet pants on. He's not going to sit there with dirty pants on. He might wipe his hands on his shirt or something like that. But Tyrell likes to change his clothes. And so I believe it's more of, the expectations, or, just not always wanting to get up or anything. I mean, he's been wearing a diaper since he's been born. But I used to try to put him on a pull on, or put one of those little liners in his underwear, but someone else has been caring for him, so they don't do the things that, I have always done. So I have to not co-parent, but there's, others that are involved, in his life. And so they're trying to, be the primary, decision maker. And that's inappropriate, because it's like, hey, you want to keep getting these diapers under incontinence, and these doctors need to start stepping up and not doing these catch-all diagnoses, and really get the diapers if he can get them. Otherwise, it's time that I can start working, because it's like this. I can take care of my son and make sure he gets to what he needs to have. You know, if But the thing about it is, so many want to raise him, and I understand that he has a grandmother that wants to see him grow up, but at what expense is that? He can't lose his mother, and I cannot sit there and lose myself. And for wrong diagnosis and a lot of things that you all are accepting, like insurance fraud and misinformation, misleading, that causes a conflict in different households, or even, I'm not a family member or anything like that, but even professionally or in a structural, type of shared experience or something like that, it does cause an issue, especially where someone is, receiving medical treatment. I care, I don't want to say care, but I do for myself. I don't have a doctor. I get my own education. I realize what I want for my life. But as far as Tyrell, I didn't know any better previously. And someone else now is like, instead of me gradually taking him anytime, like they're forcing it on me. And that's not my wishes. And it's like, well, they'll call like a social worker or something like that, because they believe that, hey, he should be going there so that he can keep getting his prescription for his diapers, or just to satisfy someone else. Like, he doesn't have to run to the doctor every time he has a runny nose. I don't like that type of thing. And it also leads to a lot of, abuse, as far as like spending money through insurance that, does not have to be spent. There could be other things like fresh air and drinking orange juice and, moving and being more active and just giving it time. Anyone knows that antibiotics are still going to have its course, but what it does is wipes away all of the bacteria in the body. And then they say, okay, we'll take yogurt. But then I don't want my son to be a mammal. I want him to, like, for instance, for me, I'm building my own DNA. And so I take that very seriously. I don't eat any animals. But my son is being fed lots of animals, but he also eats apples and bananas and oranges, sometimes watermelon, and he eats grapes. And he drinks water and he has orange juice and apple juice. So those things really, and he has like peanut butter and jelly, but otherwise he's eating a lot of processed meats and things like that. And I don't prefer that, but the doctor that he has is not calling me so that I can just talk to him and say, hey, this is where I am. I need you to put your foot down and understand that I want to know if you're going to speak life into Tyrell, or are you more, because some doctors are into life treatment. Perhaps he's not the appropriate doctor, but if he won't call me, his nurses are not returning a call when I'm addressing, I want my son's penis to grow because I find that maybe it should be bigger when he is 14 and they're not calling me. That makes me feel very like unappreciated, because why aren't they calling me? They're supposed to call me. Like, why wouldn't you call for something like if you deal in pediatrics, if you deal in these things, then things need to be addressed. And I believe that. And this is something that you all can deal with. He should be having testosterone, and I understand that there's a lot of things that these doctors can do but I have to tell you, hey, I want him to, this is important. Some don't care because they're not looking to use that or have that in life. Like, I wouldn't care if, different things about myself, but I like having my size hands and I like everything about myself. Like, I want to talk to him because I want Tyrell to be able to grow his facial hair. And I'm telling you this because I don't know if his staff is properly notating the account, but I don't like how Tyrell's hair is being cut so low, and I believe that it's affecting his very fragile and fresh hair follicles, where I noticed that he can be growing his hair a lot better than he is. And I see that he's growing a mustache. I don't know how it would affect him, because if his grandmother is saying she doesn't want him to have a mustache, but I want Tyrell to grow naturally and see how he's growing, why would you take that away from him being able to have an identity? So I want to start learning, because I know that a doctor is able to address a lot of these issues, and so that he can understand that some of these religious questions matter, because it matters because of how perhaps you handle your situation and your beliefs. Like I was breastfeeding Tyrell, okay, but I believe that a lot of times Catholics, when at the age of 14, that is a really big deal for some reason. And a lot of times now you all are saying, well, once a child is 14, they don't have any say over their health care. But and I understand that, but that's not fair. But then there's now, I believe that Tyrell is being taken advantage of because he had a diagnosis of autism. And I allowed that, and I didn't know any better when he was going into school. That's not even an age that you would diagnose someone. And around that same time was when he started receiving, when he got the diagnosis for incontinence. And I cannot repay him enough unless I do this. I believe that he is very intelligent and he should have far more than what he's doing. And as he's not getting to see his real growth as a child, he's being forced to hurry up. He's not getting to, like, he has pubic hair and stuff like that, but he's not able to touch himself. He doesn't have any kind of privacy to watch himself grow. He's just there for someone else's expense. And I want to change that for my son. And I need someone to hear that, because I know that I'm accurate. And if you all are there as a hospital and there's a doctor there that is a pediatrician that understands how important it is for Tyrell to have holistic care, and so that he can grow from the inside out, and that I don't want him to deal in death. He's not a Christian though. And so I don't know if this is the proper place for him to go, but if there's social workers involved or anybody else, or they say, hey, well, we're going to call a social worker if you try to take them to a different kind of place for health, or if you try to travel and, they'll try to, and then I'll be in trouble, and for what? I'm just trying to make him into one of the most beautiful creatures that ever was existed. That's what you all are trying to do sometime, see, like, what can you do? There are specific vaccinations that have different ingredients. I want to tell you, like, I want something different for my son. So don't give him that vaccination. I want him to be taller. I want him to, have more muscles. And you all have everything that you can have there. And I don't have to have insurance. I can pay private pay, whatever I have to do. But it's a hard thing where, I'm not the abuser. But what I'm saying is some have their assumptions. But how can I ever prove myself if, I'm not able to prove myself? My son is being forced on insurance, state insurance. I don't want him to be a public aid recipient. I'm not on public aid, but my son is, so he's not getting the best of the care that he could get. But that should not be. And only way that can change if I talk to someone and I talk to different individuals around the hospital, even if it's just to say, this is, not for him, but actually it's being forced on him. And I can't do anything about that other than allow it. And so I would like to.
I was just gonna say that I do hear you, and I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying and how you want the best for your child. What I can do, I can put a note in the chart. Does he still see Dr. Jose Santos?
They told me that he had a well child visit that was supposed to have been scheduled. And they were supposed to call me back almost a month ago, literally. And they still have not did that. So I don't understand what they're doing.
Okay. What I can do is I can put a note through that we talked and that you do have concerns and you are waiting to hear back, and you want to hear back because you want, these things that you're concerned about to be handled. That's about I can put that through and I can have it on his desk tomorrow morning saying that you do want to call and you would like to hear other topics you'd like to talk about. Would that help at all?
See, I had asked if I could set up a meeting, and I know that it could happen, but it's just whether he allows it or not, where I can sit down and talk to him and tell him this is who I am. And I would like to meet with him, not to say, hey, this is about, a visit for Tyrell, like a checkup, but it's me making an appointment. I don't even know what that kind of appointment would be called. Um, but to set up that kind of appointment, and
Sure.
so that I can talk to him about if he's a good fit for Tyrell, or does Tyrell need to be switched to somewhere else, or how can it change what needs to be ordered, or what kind of things, because I can be more active, even though it's against my beliefs. This is where my son is being forced into, so I want to get the best out of it. But I also want you to know that I do not want I want Tyrell to receive his, like, to get, I don't want Tyrell to be losing his life, or some say, well, he might have childhood diabetes because he's overweight or something like that. That is not true. That is not appropriate, because of the way that someone else is talking, because they believe the stereotype. That's just like someone saying that every person that is 100, 200, 300 pounds, has high blood pressure, or just because you're born in America you're supposed to know how to fight or something like that. Some don't even have to fight about anything. And so, like, it's a lot of stereotypes that I don't agree with, and that's because of just the way that my experience and what I study in my education. Biology is really important to me, and not only biology, but there's other things that I really, as far as chemistry and stuff like that. So his food is important. A lot of foods that are being sold in these stores around here are literally classified as drugs. So I want to start talking to you all about that sort of thing, and telling you that I am conscious and I am aware, and you can talk to me and not worry about me being offended, because this is not a plagiarized sort of situation. This is something that is thorough and that is wanted, as far as is be a forced situation, but it is a situation where I can understand enough to say, listen, I want Tyrell to live here. Tyrell is not someone that is being irresponsible with his life or anything. He's just himself. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it's like, hey, change your diaper. He's like, he's not ready to change his diaper yet. But he knows, when I said, did you pee yet? Did but I don't know, but he knows when he controls it, and so it's just like, but I want him to start growing. I don't want him to be autistic, you know and
Right.
I did spend a lot of time holding Tyrell and kind of babying him, and I still kind of do it, and he's much different, but he fell into a stereotype, and I didn't know any better, and I should have questioned it more, because if I pushed him somewhere and they kept him there constantly and he's there, and then something happens where I had to kind of travel or move away, and then someone else is, they're going to keep him like that instead of constantly just working. And I understand, because I kept him in diapers for a while, and I just allowed it, and a lot of time we were on the move, but you know that has to kind of change now, and I have to try to figure out how to let him know he doesn't have. But if he wants to wear diapers all the time, I mean, he can. There's astronauts who wears diapers. I mean, if that's what Tyrell wants to do, I just want it to be properly articulated and labeled, where it won't end in him having a loss of his limbs or his life, where it can be identified much differently. Everyone has an opinion, but it cannot be this sort of diagnosis. But like I said, can you just tell me of what you're planning on, some of those what you plan on talking to uh the doctors to Jose or Joe's about, please?
Well, I'm gonna certainly leave a note about your concerns. You did at first talk about the growth of his penis has a concern and testosterone. So, and the incontinence you think should not be a diagnosis. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, estrogen is something that I want to look at too, but yeah, for Tyrell.
And then, right, and then talking about a meeting of just you talking with the doctor to find out if there's if this is the right place for your son, or if there's a better place, that he should who he should be seeing as far as a doctor or whoever. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I want him to know one important thing is I want this to be a living thing. And
Sure.
I want you to tell him that I really am happy to talk to him and meet with him, regardless of what has been said or whatever. The thing about it is, tell him that I want Tyrell to grow. And I want Tyrell to be more intelligent and feel good about himself. I notice in the way that Tyrell walks, I want him to be more active, and actually he doesn't really have to be, but he does though, especially the way that he eats. He's being given the fruits every day, and I believe that's what's keeping him going. Like, he has bowel movements, he's not stopped up, and he urinates, but it's just like, he can, I don't know, I just want him to just be a lot more I want to make sure that he's living better.
Right.
And that he has proper circulation and blood flow and the things like that he needs, because he's doing a lot of sitting down often. He sits down he sits down so much. And so he's being stationed, like he's just, oh my god, because he's interested in doing a lot of writing and drawing, but he also has his phone and his tablet. So he's got everything, and a television. He got 3 levels. He got a mobile phone, a tablet, and a television, literally all going at the same time. Plus he has about 2 to 3 notebooks all there, and he's using sometimes different pens, and he's writing on all those 2 to 3 notebooks. He has it going, and that goes on all day long. And he gets up enough, he wants to eat, and some don't understand that he's burning energy, so he has to eat more. And it's just like, if I don't eat animal products, but because of where he's at, I can easily make him 7 scrambled eggs. Now you may see that that's probably not even enough protein, but it's a start, because I would say, because you understand the amount of protein that should be given. But I'm being told that it's inappropriate, that he should only have 1 or 2 eggs, and that's not even, I believe that he should be able to drink at least a half a gallon of milk a day if he wanted it, or a gallon. He should be able to eat like at least 7 eggs a day. And that's, but why is it that he can eat 40 chicken nuggets from Wendy's, but not 7 eggs? And I make sure he has the butter, but I'm being told like that basically I'm being harmful to him, and I'm going to be the reason that he gets sick or something. And I know better. My hair is growing. I'm beautiful. I don't understand, but I don't want my son to be like his hair. Like his facial, I want him to grow into who he is, and that's going to be tough. But if I can talk to a doctor, on my own and explain to him, like he already knows there's someone else involved. I don't want to call it co-parenting, but I know that there's other things that are happening. And so because those other things are happening, I would like if he can kind of see where I'm coming from so that he can understand that he is going to be held accountable and that he should make the best decision as far as Tyrell's life is concerned, you know, as a living being, because I believe that he should be able to watch his mustache grow and see what it does. You know, that's like some boys get their ears pierced. I don't want him to do that. Someone else might think he should, but I don't. Like, why? I don't think that he should have to get tattoos or anything like that where he can be able to look, but I want him to start seeing veins and muscles but what is that going to take from you all? Like I said, he doesn't have to have vaccinations, but public school wants that vaccinations but he should be able to start getting, more things. And even if it takes some private pay and things like that, I think that would change the conversation tremendously. I want Tyrell to make it in life, and I believe that he has enough talent and brilliance. Actually, it's amazing. Tyrell is very interesting. He's interesting, but his doctor doesn't know that. His doctor is treating him like he's just sick and he's mentally ill in development. I mean, he's just, he's one of those that's probably going to be like the 40-year-old version. I don't know, but that's a great thing about it because it's lasting where he can focus on an education and focus on other things other than he can focus on building, instead of trying to get someone else's DNA, and he can focus on being that for himself, and he can start somewhere instead of being dependent. I don't want him to have a dependency is what I'm getting at too, So for him, like, so he can be more independent, it's tough because everyone has their opinion, and I know that I'm learning myself, but the thing about it is I have a specific consciousness about even getting this far in conversation sometime because it's not understood, like, like it's unreasonable. So
I will certainly get that note over to the doctor, or they'll get it first thing when they walk in this morning, and I hope that they give you a call to set up a meeting so you can discuss this stuff with the doctor. Thank you for explaining yourself so I can at least get a note over to the doctor and hopefully get things rolling for him.
What do you mean rolling?
So they give you a call and, you find the right help that you're looking for. If Dr. Santos has any other ideas or different doctors that would help your son more than he is able to, who knows? But a meeting, I think, is certainly would be a great idea so you can voice your concerns.
And just a proper charting too. Like, I've dealt with some and I want to go over that and just kind of, get his medical records and write that down too. Can you please, Gretchen? So he can know where I'm coming from and just look at everything. But tell him that I'm not asking for permission. Like I said, his grandmother is also someone that has been appointed to be, able to make healthcare decisions as a guardian, but that does not take me away from being his mother. You know what I'm saying? Because but she doesn't understand that. But I just want to but I know you all know better. And so it's tough because it was kind of letting her in, not pushing me out, but she doesn't see it that way. But I'm trying to urge her to really take heed and listen that I still have a choice about, who I want him to be, like as far as me, I'm wanting him to wear khakis and collared shirts and ties. And she rather him wear, sweats and jeans, he grew up wearing suit coats and stuff like that. And so, it's a lot different right now. And he's, it's tough, but good thing that he gets to see things like Spider-Man and Batman, different things like that to kind of get some kind of information to kind of explain things a little bit better, that sometime a work environment is not going to always be the same as his own environment, how he would prefer it, but don't want him to be a slave about it, and so it's tough. So if you can let your co-worker know, like, listen, this is not about the guardian this is about his actual mom that is saying, listen, you may talk about anything. She may call you tomorrow and say, hey, can I bring him in to get some cough medicine? It is what it is. But if it is not aligning with what is going to keep Tyrell's organs growing and strong and healthy, then he should advise an alternative to that, and something that is going to speak life into Tyrell, and that's what this is about, because he is still growing. And that's a lot of times, this is why so many, like with fast food, the enzymes and stuff is not growing. His heart and his lungs are not growing because the food is empty, calories a lot, it's empty, and so he's not. I want him to talk about different supplements that Tyrell can get, and how can he get those. But if he's not, if his organs are at his age, like his organs are 14, but because of some enzymes in the food that he's eating, even if it's the peanut butter or jelly, or how they fertilize the apples, because I'm sure the fruit is getting some, contaminants as they make it, they want to grow it faster, so that's getting into him. So if he's looking like he's about 17, or he, you might say, hey, his weight is inappropriate, he's obese. I don't look at him like that as obese. That's how, I want him to be that size, but how can we make sure that his organs are going to grow appropriately, that he's being able to breathe right? Because if his weight is 230 pounds, but his organs is still growing for someone that's supposed to be, 140 pounds, then it's going to look like he's out of breath and he's winded. So how can, this work as a medical question? Or, I mean, I don't want to say medical, but how can this work, in a way that it can be figured out to strengthen Tyrell so that he can grow his organs better, and allow more blood to flow in his hair to grow and things, so that he can be the best he can be. Because I know that Tyrell is not born sick. This has been a condition through society and the expectations, but I don't have those particular beliefs. But
so I'll get that note sent off. I do have to take another call. I see another one coming in. But I will get the note sent off. They'll get it first thing in the morning when they come into the office tomorrow or this morning.
And so generally, what's the turnaround time for that to be addressed?
Oh, I wish I knew. They get the message. We send it off to them. It does say right in there to give you a call. I would hope that you would hear sometime tomorrow morning.
Okay, I would appreciate that. And that's for the phone number 1-771-233-9385, please.
Correct. Yes.
I appreciate the call.
I got that already put in there.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Thank you. Oh, for what?
Yeah.
Thank you for what?
Well, thank you. I'm glad we could reach agreement agreement and talk about your son and get some things out that you were willing to talk about, and hopefully the doctor will respond. And,
what was the agreement? What's the agreement?
Well, at first we started off on the wrong foot, I think, but I think everything turned out pretty well. That we were able to talk about what you want for your son, and hopefully I can get that over to the doctor, and the doctor can give you a call and set up a meeting to discuss it.
It's just, Gretchen, I'm not friendly. I don't have to be, or it's not about, the call is not about me, it's about Tyrell. So I'm easily able to get out the way and not have to where matter be anything other than just myself. Who I am as Jasmine Renee Davis is much different than who Tyrell is, and me calling.
Right.
I would want Tyrell to be able to call and say, hey, I want to come in there, and can you tell me about, some new clean vitamins and stuff that you have, because I just am not getting the right amount of fiber from these apples that I'm buying. I'm paying $2 and $3 a pound, but I'm not getting my nutrients. I'm still feeling hungry. I'm still feeling empty after eating a $3 apple, or you know what I'm saying? Or the bread is not
right.
And that's what's going on with Tyrell. And he's not saying it, but he's going to the refrigerator and I know, and I feed him, but someone else is saying, hey, you cannot eat that much, and they're not understanding, like, he has to eat that much. He has to. So I don't even, it's like, how can I make sure that he's getting what he needs? Because it is,
right.
I don't want him to lose his appetite or his voice or or anything like that. But he's being discouraged already for eating, and that's how he's built. I eat to build me. Everyone is different, but that's
right.
how he's supposed to build himself. But I understand that you have a call, but please make sure that I want it to be known that I want Tyrell to eat and learn how to build that's going to build his nutrients right now,
Right.
Please,
right. Yep.
I promise I know what I'm talking about, but it's tough where I'm coming from a whole different world from myself and his guardian, but
sure.
I'm here, but it was just like, hey, if I'm traveling or I'm doing my things or whatever, and this is best for him, but I'm not going to, just because I'm different, I'm not going to agree to something that I did, you know what I'm saying? And that's what they were trying to get me to do. So they said, hey, his grandmother can step in, but they did not take away my parental rights or anything like that. As you can see, my name is in the system, but I am being discouraged not to concern myself, but I know I can't. And Tyrell is there. Tyrell knows that I'm here, and I'm basically near Tyrell every day, So I'm having a tough time where, hey, I'm wanting to be here and not, abandon my son or neglect him. But I'm not gonna allow him to have doctors around and I just sit around, you all not do anything. He needs to improve, and you all have what it takes, or just you're gonna have to be held accountable. That's it. So Gretchen, I appreciate the call.
Sure, you're welcome. And have a good rest of the night, and I'll get that message over to the doctor.
It's 3:20 a.m. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yep, you're welcome.
I'm wide awake.
Thanks for calling.
Okay. Yeah, I am up, but I am about to try to lie down for a while because I know that I got to get some sleep because I don't know what's going to happen in about 2 hours. And I'm telling you, it might be some shit. I'm out here though. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. And if anybody has something to say, I understand that. But I mean, I'm not trying to lose my mind, but I'm trying to learn something. It is what it is. Been on this thing for 4 hours and 23 minutes and 19 seconds. I am Jasmine Renee Davis. It is 3:21 a.m. and it is August 5th, 2026 is Wednesday. I am Jasmine Renee Davis.